I don't want to look in case there's another dumpster fire upon us.
Good.
No, we're good. We're good, right? Mm-hmm. Hello. The person in Australia who missed this morning, you missed an adventure. So welcome, everyone. Welcome to the afternoon round of my live for today. If the morning one was considered the dumpster fire portion of today, this afternoon is going to be the smooth sailing portion. As I said at the beginning of this day, this is the first time we've done this. We put a lot of prep into it, but unfortunately, my website crashed, and that Mike saved the day, got it back working, but it was frustrating, and I'm very, very sorry about that. I appreciate you all sticking with me through it. If you were there, I appreciate it. The good thing is the website's moving very fast, so we should be good for the rest of the day. So thank you. So this is the afternoon portion. I'm going live on here until, I don't even know, until 6 o'clock, where we'll take a dinner break. And then there'll be another live stream for this evening. So in this live stream, each hour is a different company. First up, we have Gina K, then we have Fawn, then we have Waffle Flower, and we have Simon Says Stamp. So I have cards or demos planned for all of those hours with the different companies. Gina K is up next. I wanted her to be the first after lunch, which is good because we got it all figured out now. And I'm going to be demoing some fun things with Gina's products. So I'm going to I have it pinned in the chat, and it's also at the top of the YouTube description. There is a link that has BF in it. If you look, oh, here, can you, hold on. Can you give Elizabeth, that's who's texting me, give her moderator rights on my site so she can help answer questions and give links. It's in there. Okay, sorry. So I don't remember what I was saying. I have one big page that shows the schedule for the day. And on there is linked, if you click on the company's name on that page, it takes you to the page that's dedicated for that company that shares their sales, their exclusive sales. And then if you scroll down, you'll see links to all the products and videos I'm talking about. So this is the Gina K hour. Let's see. Hang on just a second. Let me see. I'm going to put, so that is pinned in the top of the chat, and you can see it's at the top of the YouTube description between the stars. Next up, we have Gina. So this is Gina. I will give you the information page for Gina alone, just Gina's stuff, which will just take you directly to all of her sales stuff. Okay, so Gina, let's talk about Gina. Gina, I know you all love her. I know you all know her, and I know you all go watch her lives. She's by far the best at lives. She did her big Black Friday sale last week. So her big sale was last week. She had a great sale that I know many of you enjoyed. I know I got some things. So today, she doesn't have any sales because she did hers last week. And I told her I was doing this, and she said she would give you all, my viewers, an exclusive code for 20% off site-wide. And what's even cooler about that is last week she had a new release, and it wasn't included in the sale, but she's including it in this sale. Can you put up the Gina K
graphic?
You can, yeah, just put up her graphic, yeah.
This one?
No, that's a waste. There we go, that one. So there you go. You use the code Jennifer20, and this is through Monday, and it includes anything in stock. Now, you can't go back and place this on orders you've already done, so please don't bother Gina with that. This is just for new orders on everything. It just excludes gift cards. So you can get this on the die cut machines, on the release from last week, a ton. Now, here's the kicker. Since Gina had her new release and her big sale last weekend, shipping times are delayed. So you have to understand, if you place an order today with this great discount, it's going to take some time to get your order. Gina K has the greatest customer service, and they take a lot of care, and they are just getting hit up big time. So please be patient with them on shipping. So that's a catch. But the code is Jennifer20. Isn't that fantastic? Okay. Okay, so let's go. Mike, oh, here, I can do it.
Go ahead. I'm
Okay.
getting hurt.
Oh, thank you. All right, so
Hi, Gina.
I thought, Gina's here?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Wait, where?
Yeah, it'll show up. There she went.
There she is. Hi, Gina. Ah, Gina, we figured things out, so it won't be crazy this afternoon. Everybody thank Gina for her awesome kindness. Thank you, thank you. Okay, so I talked to Gina about what to share today, and I told her I really wanted to share the fuse, the foiling, just so you can see more of what you can do with her foiling system. And mostly I wanted to talk about the foiled sentiments that you can do, which you'll see. I really like the look of foil. And, you know, we we do foiling for like floral images, and we color them and stencil them or whatever. But there's something about the foiled sentiment that really makes a nice shine and standout feature on your card. And you can make a bunch of them quickly. And I have some tricks to show you today. So I'm going to do some foiling, and I also have a card. I'm going to start out with some examples just so you can see. Now, I will say that Gina K's Fuse foiling system is sold out on her site. Unfortunately, it's sold out. However, I have linked on that page, which I will put in the chat. I've linked on that page to where you can get the fuse. You can get it over at Simon Says Stamp. Let's see if Simon still has it in stock. My guess is that they do. Hold on, let me just check. Doobie-doo. Yes, you can go, if you want to get the fuse on sale, it's 20% off. I don't think it's excluded from the sale over at Simon Says Stamp, because Simon Says Stamp has a 20% off sale. Yep, and you can get the fuse there. Okay, so it's 20% off on Simon's site, because Simon has a bunch in stock. The foil that I'll be using today, it is linked in those thumbnails to Simon Says Stamp, Gina K, and Thermal Web. All three have sales today, so you can get deals on their foil too. So keep that in mind. The exclusive code for Gina is Jennifer20, and that is through Monday. And then Simon also has a sale for 20% off, Simon Says Stamp, and you could get the fuse there. All right? I hope that makes sense. Gina's discount code isn't working. Am I doing something wrong? Mike, can you check it out? Yeah. Mike's going to check it out. All right. Yay. Yeah, the sale at Simon Says Stamp is site-wide. So if you needed to get the fuse, if you don't have it, Gina's out of stock, so you could go to Simon to get it. Gina gave a super chat, and it says, you're going to need a good bottle of wine after this. Yes, Gina, that might be the case. So thank you, Gina. I appreciate it. So let's get going here. I am, let's see. I put in the chat a link to the page that's all about Gina. It's the page that on the top, it has the information about her discount code. And if you keep scrolling down, you'll see thumbnails of everything I talk about. And at the bottom of those thumbnails, I link to the videos I talk about. So you can find everything there. That link is also in the YouTube description. People said Gina's code worked fine, probably because you have to do all capitals. So Jennifer20, all caps. Yay. Okay, so let's start by just looking at some foiling. Do I even have my mic? I guess I do. It's one of those days. Okay, let's start by looking at some foiling. This is a card. I did a set of cards like this a couple months ago, and I have a video for this. This is linked at the bottom of that link list over at over on the page, that Gina page that I mentioned. And these I did foiling for the outline of the flowers. Can you see the foil on the outline of the flowers? But look at that sentiment, and look at how the shine on that sentiment is so good. If you've never done foiling, the foil is much more shine than you would get with heat embossing, and it's faster to do actually. So these two cards I have in that video that's linked in the bottom of my YouTube description, and I use the Holiday Floral stamp set, and there are coordinating stencils and dies. But the way I did the foil is this is what Gina does that I love. And you can see mine I've been using mine a lot. She has what she calls polyglaze products available. So can you see the gray printing on here? So this is white cardstock with like a soft gray printing. That is called polyglaze. Wherever you see that soft gray, you can foil on it. So that's how you get this beautiful foil look. Now, you may have done a different type of foiling with a laminating system or foiling system where it's black printing. It's the same thing, just Gina has this lighter color, which is more forgiving for many reasons. So we have, she has these available that coordinate with the holiday florals. So Brianne just put a link up there. So if you're not into foiling, know that everything I'm using today, she does also have in stamps. So you can just skip the foiling, get the similar designs and stamps. Because so look at, here is the polyglaze that says Merry Christmas. There's the stamp that says Merry Christmas. And they're the same size, so you can use the same die to cut them out. I will demonstrate the polyglaze in just a moment. So that is foil. You okay, Lila?
I don't know.
Oh, Daddy might want to check her temperature. Oh, she did. Okay. All right. So those are just some examples. I will show you also this, something else here, and then we'll demo. I just want to show you what the foil looks like. Oh gosh, here we go. Oh, here it is. I put it all in the sleeve. Yes, the fuse is fun. Yeah, the polyglaze is going to be more and more, because she's starting to do them to coordinate with their stamp sets, and I think that's a great option. All right, so these cards I made in a video last week. So this is her newest release, and I did a stenciling hack around the outside. Then for the sentiment, I just foiled the sentiment so that the sentiment on these simple cards stands out. See that sentiment? And I did all of these sentiments at once very quickly, which I'll show you. Okay. So these I did using the new Delicate Dahlias, which is part of her newest kit. So if you go to let me see if I've got on the top of the thumbnails. Hold on. Yeah. The Delicate Dahlias is part of the You Are So Loved kit. So there's a kit that comes with this stamp set and another stamp set. It also has in there does it have this? The stencils that color these images in, which I'm going to demo with in a moment. And then the dies are included in the kit. Then available as an add-on are all of these polyglaze sheets. So the polyglazes are always an add-on because not everybody does the foiling. So I'm going to demonstrate all this. I just want to show you some of this first. All right, so let me first talk about how this foiling differs from foiling with plates. So if you, let me just look through here. Okay, if you have watched my videos, there are two ways that I foil. One way is with foiling plates that I use with the glimmer machine. For that, it requires plates, the foiling plates, or you can use a press plate and a different type of foil, okay? And that you use the glimmer machine and your die cut machine to do the foiling. This is a different type of foiling. This is like a laminating form. You can do this type of foiling with a laminator. However, Gina's fuse system is much better at it because it was designed to foil. But if you have a laminator, you can, what?
Okay, yeah.
If you have a laminator, you can try using that, but this was designed to do this. And the nice thing about it is it has different heat settings. So this, for what I'm doing today, I'll have it at 3. If I do, you can buy laminating pouches so that you can make, let's see, let's get, where is one? Because I'm reorganizing, hang on. Like, these are dividers that I make to divide my stamps up. I just take cardstock and I put it in a laminating pouch and I run it through here. So I use a higher setting for that. The lower settings give a little bit less temperature. So if you want to do a trick like I did it years ago in a video, and Gina, I think she did it recently, where you can heat emboss or foil a stamped image, you'd want a lower setting. So it's nice to have the different settings. If you have another laminating or foiling system that is similar to, that looks like this, you can definitely use that. Gina's is just designed to be the right temperatures and such for the foiling that she has available. But you can use other brands like toner prints, their toner foiling sheets, their different foils. You definitely could use those too. Yes, Anita said it's a must-have. Okay, so this is the fuse. If you are interested in the fuse, I would go to Simon Says Stamp. There's a link below that you can use to, and they have 20% off today because Gina is out of stock on the fuse. So I will put in the chat the page. That page, if you just scroll down, you'll see thumbnails and links to all of the things I'm talking about. You'll see a link for Simon there, and that you can get a discount on this here. So this is the fuse machine. Now here is the trick. The foil that you use with the fuse machine is not the same foil that you use with your glimmer machine. It's a different type of foil. This is like a foil transfer. It looks the same, but it works differently. So I'm going to show you the foil that I get, and I know it will work with this, okay? Someone asked about laminating pouches to make like those dividers. If you go onto Amazon and search laminating pouches, it'll show up. Okay, that's what I use. I will show, somebody asked how to add the color to the foiling. I will show that. I'm going to demo that today. Can you use the fuse for rub-ons? Mary, I don't think you need to use the fuse for rub-ons. You could go to 0 and run it through and it just gives it pressure, but you can also, for rub-ons, just put it between your cutting plates and run it through your die cut machine and that'll give it pressure. So there's that option too. Okay, so this is the fuse machine. The type of foil, here's the thing. There are a lot of different foils out there that will work with this, but the way I keep it simple and sweet is I only get the Gina K Fancy Foils. Gina K Fancy Foil is made by ThermoWeb. ThermoWeb has lots of colors that work with this too, but I know for sure that Gina K Designs Fancy Foils made by ThermoWeb will work for this. And so instead of trying to figure out what foils to use, I just use Gina's Fancy Foils. She has specialty ones. She has silver and gold. She has, I mean, look at these sparkly ones. There are so many colors. They match her inks. So that's how I keep it straight. I just use Gina's foils. It just seems to be a way that I can stay organized. Do know there are other brands, like ThermoWeb has some other colors. I think Brutus Monroe has some, Pink and Maine has some. They would all work. But if you want to be sure you're using the right type of foil, you want to use, I would recommend using the Gina K Fancy Foils. This is a type of deco foil, okay? ThermoWeb has deco foils. Most of those will work with it too, but they sell other types of foil too. So if you want to be sure you get the right for the fuse, I recommend Fancy Foils from Gina K. I do have linked below, or in the link that I'm putting in the chat. If you scroll down to the bottom of that page, you'll see right at the top of the thumbnails, Gina K Fancy Foil is linked. And one of those, the middle link, takes you to ThermoWeb, where you can buy all these fancy foils. And the fancy foils there are on sale 25% off today too. Okay, so she has some fancy foils on her site. Some of them I think are sold out. So if you want the biggest collection of the Gina K Fancy Foils, go over to ThermoWeb. The link is in the top of the thumbnails. And that's what Gina recommended, I tell you. And you can check out all the different colors there. They have them all in stock and they're 25% off. So if you have a fuse and you want to stock up on some foils, head over there and check that out. So ThermoWeb makes Gina's foils. It's like a collaboration. Okay, so we've got the right type of foils. Now, if you have seen printed toner in the past, where it's like the printing is black, that works with this. You can use that. But what's neat about Gina's Polyglaze is that it is white or a light gray, just depending on which. But that makes it so you don't see it if needed. Yep, Gina said the largest variety is at ThermoWeb. So where is, what was I looking for? Oh, it's over here. Let's see, where did it go? I know I put it somewhere. Hang on, here it is. Okay, so there are a few things I'll show you first, and then I'm gonna make a card. This is the easiest thing to demo with, okay? And you might have seen this being demoed, but I think it's a great place to start. Then I'll get into sentiments and making a card. So the ThermoWeb, if you click the link at the top or in my thumbnails, it'll take you to ThermoWeb. It's also on my sales page, and I think on the home page there they have the code. Brianne might be able to save it or share it. So Gina has lots of Polyglaze available, and I really like Polyglaze with her fancy foils. I agree, Marianne. One thing she offers is a lot of backgrounds like this. So this one happens to be one of my favorites. It's stars. And so that wherever you see that light gray, that's where the foil will go. This happens to be called Superstar, but she has lots of them. She's got snowflakes, she's got butterflies, lots of different backgrounds, okay? And I really like these over the black toner because first of all, I think to me it foils better with less opportunity for messing up. And if like an area doesn't foil, it's very light. It's not black showing through. All right, you know what? I'm gonna conserve here. This is her Brilliant Blue foil. I use it a lot because I just love it. Watch what happens. I don't have a piece big enough, but you can actually overlap too and it'll foil just fine. So this is the Polyglaze sheet. The fuse comes with a carrier sheet. That's what this is. I keep it in a pocket labeled carrier sheet so I don't lose it because it looks like packaging. So you don't want to lose that. So I'm going to place my Polyglaze in there, and I'm placing foil on top. Now I don't have one piece big enough, so I'm placing two. I can always cut off the extra later on and reuse it. So I'm putting the two on there. If you have one big piece of foil, run that through and it'll be fine. So pretty side of the Polyglaze face up, pretty side of the foil face up, and you put it through and it feeds through. Okay. This blue, so Gina, another thing I like about Gina's is all the specialty colored ones. So you don't know anything about foiling. Honestly, I think this is a really easy machine for foiling. There's a lot of techniques you can do. I linked at the bottom of that page, all the way at the bottom in the thumbnails, links to videos I've done. I even did a tag team video with Gina where we went back and forth sharing ways to use the fuse and all this Polyglaze. There are so many things you can do. So many things you can do with it. So it's definitely worth checking that out. Okay, so take this out. I just give it a quick wave, peel off the foil, and look at that. Can you see? Look at that. Do you see that shine? Look at that. Isn't that beautiful? Gorgeous. So now it's flawless. Now I have these two random pieces because it wasn't big enough. But you know what? I have this leftover piece of the same thing that's full. This is from other day. You don't need this to go to waste. You want this to go to good use. I can use these later, but I'm going to use this full one I have left over. So this is the leftover. So the other day I foiled this, and when I was done, I peeled this off, and this is the leftover. I don't want this to go to waste. This is where Gina's incredible solid white Polyglaze comes in handy. So she sells these packs of 8.5 by 5.5 solid white poly glaze. These are amazing. So basically this is covered with the same material that those little stars were. Okay, you can tell the side that has the poly glaze because it has a shine to it. So what I'm going to do here is cut a background down. It's snowing. That stinks. Cut a piece of poly glaze down, and this will allow me to use the negative space. Yeah, the fuse is very foolproof foiling. And I know that some people use like a Swiffer to wipe away the dust. I'm lazy. Who wants to clean? But if you get dust in there, it might mess up the foiling, but I don't know. I never do. So this is poly glaze, solid poly glaze. This is linked in those thumbnails. I have the shiny side of the poly glaze facing up, and I'm taking that leftover piece that we pulled off of our other background and laying it on top like that. Make sure you cover all of the poly glaze. All right, now I'm going to feed this through. And what this is going to do is give us use of that negative space foil so that you can get like the reverse. Why do you, shipping is free for a certain amount at Gina K. I think it might be $50. She does charge shipping for, $50 or more is free shipping in the US at Gina K, except if you get the Intracut machine, because that's big and heavy. So you get charged shipping if you get the Intracut machine, but that's a normal thing. But it is 20% off, so that's great. Can you scroll it? All right, so I just fed that through. Haven't changed the settings at all. Look at that. So now you have the positive and the negative, or the regular and the reverse. Now, if you can keep going, this is like an everlasting gobstopper. Because remember, that white piece that we started with back here is all poly glaze. So all of these stars is exposed poly glaze. So you can take another color of foil, put it on here and run it through again. I'll just send it while I talk about something else. Just so you can see, you can keep going. You can keep going and get more and more different looks. So here, let's take this. So this is the leftover foil. I peeled it off. You can see it's all used. Now all of that white is exposed poly glaze. All those white stars. So I'll put a piece of foil in here. Oh, my foil's a bit too big. And all this extra foil you can cut off and use again if it didn't fuse onto something. So let's just put this on here quickly. Well, I'll put it the other way. Hang, please. There we go. I'll run that through and you'll see what happens. So you can keep going with this and get cool results. Okay. So poly glaze is white. It is a white material that you can fuse to. So she's got lots of fun backgrounds, like the star one I showed you. It's inexpensive and such a foolproof way to foil. Now, what I'm most excited about is what I was saying before, that Gina's coming out with, like, I'll show you this one. Gina's coming out with stamp sets and stencils and dies that all coordinate together. Like this one is the delicate flowers. So I love this idea that they all coordinate, right? But what's cool is she's, as an available add-on for those of us who like the fuse, she's coming out with these sheets of poly glaze printed sentiments and images that match the stamp set. So what you can do is foil these and use the coordinating dies and stencils with them, or you can stamp and use the coordinating dies and stencils with them, right? And that allows you to really get that nice shine on the sentiments. So it's really fun how this all goes together. And I'm praying Gina comes out with more and more of the poly glaze to coordinate. Just to show you, look at so this is the poly glaze for the delicate flowers. Can you see that? Look at the detail foil that you get. Sorry, focus. Look at that detail shine. Foolproof. It's really nice, okay? These sleeves people are asking about, these are from Altenew. They're zip and something pouches. They're sold out right now, but I just find them handy for storing things like this where I won't lose them. So it's zippin' something pouches, zippin' stash, zippin', I don't know, zippin', something zippin'. All right, now remember I had that one before where I used the leftover blue star foil and the white stars were polyglaze exposed. I put silver on it. Now I have a black shine or a blue shiny background with silver stars. My reflection on my camera gets in there. See that shine? Isn't that cool? So now we have these two backgrounds. So this is blue with silver stars. Look what we have. Now we have silver left over. I can put this with polyglaze and keep going. So it's like the everlasting gobstopper. Okay, so the polyglaze is really good for this stuff. And Gina's the only, polyglaze is her thing, and she is coming out with more and more. Gina, I hope you've heard me say that because I don't want to lose all this. So I like to keep my carrier sheet kind of laying on top of my machine so it doesn't get lost. Yeah, you can keep foiling and foiling. So remember, this one I can put on a piece of white polyglaze and I'll end up with a silver background with white stars, and you can keep going. It is an everlasting gobstopper. It's really fun. Okay, next up, doobie-doo. I'm gonna do some card making. Just give me a moment. In a moment. Okay. So I think I focus on this. This is part of Gina's last card kit, which was called, it came out last week. It's called You Are So Loved. Mike, would you mind grabbing the image of the You Are So Loved kit and sharing it on the screen in a little bit? Yeah. You can get on our website because I want you to see this isn't the only thing included in it. It's really good. So what you get in the kit, let me take this other stuff out of the way. What you get in the kit, along with some other things, you get the stamp set with some great sentiments. I love this font, Gina. We need more of that. Some great sentiments and delicate floral images. In the kit, you also get the coordinating dies, which cut out the words too, and then the stencils that allow you to easily color your images. So that's what comes in the kit. And what's available as an add-on, if you're a fuse foiling girl like me, is the polyglaze that coordinates with it. So this is the Delicate Dahlias stamp set that comes in the kit. You can get the Delicate Dahlias polyglaze add-on too. And these polyglaze images will coordinate with these stamps and dies. So Mike's got the image of the kit. Can you show that? This is called the U. Did you get it?
Yep, I got it.
Oh.
This?
Is that it? Is it on there? Okay. So it's the You Are So Loved kit. So this is new last week. In that kit, look at the price. This is great. And you get 20% off. In that, there is, hang on. I'm just looking. In that, there, you get the two large 6x8 stamp sets. So I'm using the one on the right, but look at the one on the left. Completely different feel. So you get good variety out of the kit. So the stamp set on the right we'll use today, you get both of those stamp sets and you get coordinating dies for both of those stamp sets. You can see the dies at the bottom of that image. Then you get the coordinating stencils for the stamp set on the top right, and you get a floral layering stencil set, which I used on the other cards, which, where'd I put them, Mike? Remember when I showed you these earlier? Can you go back to the chat? I used that floral layering stencil on here, on these cards. So all that's included in the kit. She really discounts her kit costs, so the 20% off on top is amazing. I know a lot of you already bought this kit, so you already have it. But do know that for a lot of stamp sets that Gina has now, or kits or whatever, she's making the polyglaze that coordinates with it available. So I'm going to use that. If you don't have the fuse machine or capability to do foiling this way, you could instead stamp the images or heat emboss the images from the stamp set. I want to show you the foil. So let's start with, I'm going to take a few things here and show you how fast and easy this can be. I'm going to take, zoop, zoop. I'm going to cut off a chunk of this, and I can do all of these at once. All right, I'm going to do this. And I'll do this. So I'm taking some out. There's a lot in here. So all of these sentiments, warm wishes, hello, sending love, you are in my thoughts, and with sympathy are all included in the poly glaze that is available as an add-on. Am I explaining this well? I'm hoping that this makes sense. All right, so I got my poly glaze here. Let me get some foil. I think I'll use the sparkling silver just for a little sparkle. Why not? This is her Gina K Fancy Foil Sparkling Silver. Let's see here. I'm just going to cut enough. I'm not going to do a great job cutting here, folks, because I'm just trying to do it fast. Cut the foil down. You want to make sure it covers up all exposed poly glaze, because you don't want the poly glaze to be exposed when you send it through, because it'll just stick inside your carrier sheet. Let me show you. Bunch of images here. I don't know if you can see them. I'm going to lay the foil onto those pretty images, put it in the carrier sheet, and run it through. Now, little thing that I do is Gina has available, if I can find mine, extra carrier sheets. You can buy like an extra pack. I like to keep an extra so I can prep one while the other's running through. So while that one's running through, I think I will do the sparkly gold on the sentiments. So these, I just thought I'd run through. Let's see. Sound effects help. So I have some sentiments and some flowers. Put some foil on top. Send that through. Let's see what we got. Look at those. Look at the sparkle in that. You see that? And how fine detail that is? Isn't that gorgeous? I love that. So now, if you wanted to, you could take solid poly glaze and lay this on and you'll get reverse, which I can show you in a moment with the sentiment, okay? So you can do that reverse thing with the solid poly glaze that I showed you before. I'll show you it again in a moment. All right, so look at the shine. I like the extra sparkle you get with that sparkly version. Now here are the sentiments. Look at that. Look at the sparkle. And it's smooth and it won't scratch off. It's fun. All right, so that's how you use the poly glaze sheets. And what I think is great is because there's so many sentiments in here, I can send all 6 of this with sympathy through with some silver foil, pink foil, whatever, through my machine, and I have all those sentiments ready to go. And I can use the coordinating dies to cut them out, okay? So let me show you what I got. I did some foiling off screen. I wish you could see the sparkle in this. Ah, it's crazy. Okay. I did some prep off screen because I knew I would want to show a lot of stuff. So let me show you what I've got. This is using that You Are So, I got to put my carrier sheets away so I don't lose them. I'm going to use them again in a moment. The poly glaze I'm just used for those flowers is the Delicate Dahlia Poly Glaze add-on, and it coordinates with the stamp, die, and stencil set that's in the You Are So Loved kit. Okay, the Zip It bags are made by Altenew. It's called like Zip and Stash pouches, but I think they might be sold out. The name of the big floral stencil that I used on those cards, that's included in the kit with this, in the You Are So Loved kit, but the name of that stencil set is Dazzling Dahlia Layering Stencils, but it's in the kit with this, which is a great savings right now. It's right at the top of the thumbnails on the page.
Stashes are still there.
Oh, they are in stash. Okay.
They got
different colors. Okay.
And stuff, so they're still there.
So if you look at the top of my, or if you look at my YouTube description, there is a link that says, that has BF Gina in the link. If you click that, it'll open up, or I put the link in the chat. It'll open up to a page where at the top is the information on the sale code. And if you scroll down, there are thumbnails of all of these products. And right at the top of those thumbnails, you'll see You Are So Loved. This stamp set and the coordinating stencils and dies are included in it, along with some other fun products. And then the Polyglaze is available separately. You'll see it's called Delicate Dahlia's Polyglaze, and that's right at the top of the list too. Hi, Simon. Simon, you should be doing this. You're the young one. You should be doing this craziness. Okay. If you want, yeah, there are carrier sheets available if you lose yours, or if you want extras like I do. Gina, I did not say BS, Gina. I said BF, Gina. A little different. Okay, so let me show you what I got started here. I started this so that I could demo stuff for you. Now I showed you how I did the Polyglaze foil. So this is I created with the Polyglaze sheets, like I just demonstrated, from the Delicate Dahlia's Polyglaze add-on pack, okay? I foiled one of the big floral images with silver foil. That's Gina K Sterling silver foil. And I did that with a bunch of flowers. So I could run several of them through, like I could do several of them at once. So it didn't take long to do all this foiling. And everyone was perfect. Now remember, I'll talk more about this in a moment. Remember, if you don't have foiling, you could use these stamp sets. They're the same size. Okay, so off screen, I foiled all these flowers and I used the coordinating dies that come in the kit to cut all of those out. And then I used the coordinating stencils to color them all. And I'm going to demonstrate the one now. I just didn't want to do them all during the live. So you can see this, all of this has a nice silver outline. Isn't that gorgeous? Very detailed. So I'm going to stencil, and then I'll show you another foiling hack. All right. So here we have this is foiled, silver foil. Let me get my ink stand out. Why do I put it away? That's kind of silly. And let me get out my inks. You know, I did this so long ago, I'm not sure what ink colors I used. Isn't that great? If you watch my videos, you know I'm a fan of Gina's inks because she has a really classic color line. And she also has like a smoothing agent, so it really smooths out nicely as it dries. So yes, this is foiled. This is foil outline here, right? That's shiny foil. We're going to ink over it. So yes, you can ink over foil. Okay. And I did some of those videos that are at the bottom of that page, which I'll add to the chat right now. The bottom of the page, there's some foiling videos, or if you go to my website and search on fuse, you'll see lots of examples. You can even use the fuse to put, what's that called? Flocking, like the puffy sheets from ThermoWeb. So much you can do with it. All right, so let's do some coloring. I'm going to do really quick here because, you know, save some time. I have my ink stand and I have light carnation ink, which is one of my favorite colors from Gina. I think it's a beautiful, like peachy color. I'm using, I'll put this in the screen here. I'm using Gina K detail brushes. I was talking about these beautiful. They're wonderful size and great for selective inking. Okay. I got something on mine. I got some, how did I get glue on there? Oh well, we'll work around it. So there is, I just put a light application of the light carnation. I'm gonna get a new brush just to save time. And then I'm gonna put some dark just around the outside edges. Nothing fancy. And you don't, again, with her inks, you don't have to spend a lot of time blending. They'll just kind of blend out on their own with time. So there's one flower done. So if you don't have the foiling, oh, I remember that it's this way. Just move this over. If you don't have foiling, you could just stamp these. Yeah, her inks are great. And I think she is coming out with, I think she's coming out with more colors soon. Gina, am I right for that? I think so. If not, I just told everybody you are, so you need to. So that was light and dark carnation. I'll just quickly do the others the same. If you wanted to save time, you could use like a bigger brush here. But the advantage of using a detail brush like this one is you can get selective with inking. You could be a little more selective in doing shading and highlighting. I'm just doing it quick, but you could really get into those different areas. By the way, these are Gina's detail brushes. The stand I found works, I mean, it's like it was made for it. And I linked to this in my, the bottom of that page. Did Gina say, is she saying more colors are coming, or did I just throw her under the bus? I'm wondering if I did.
If it's not foiling completely, do you increase the number?
What?
Do you increase the number?
Oh, yeah, if you need to, if you're having trouble foiling, you could increase to 4, but I've never had any trouble.
Okay. Yeah, someone said they had trouble with 3.
Then, yeah, you can increase it to 4. 4 will give you, I think, just more heat. I don't know if it's more pressure. Gina would be able to answer. All right. So, again, I used the Delicate Dahlia Polyglaze add-on that's available, and it coordinates with one of the stamp sets called Delicate Dahlias that's available only in the card kit this month, which is the You Are Loved kit. All right. One more here. So you can see I don't spend much time to blend, and it'll be just fine. Okay, so there's that. I have a tray of dirty stencils. I'm putting them all together. That's going to be fun tomorrow. Okay. Oh, should I get Lila to do it? Okay, now my 2 favorite greens to use together. I know Gina likes these too. This is the Jelly Bean Green and Fresh Asparagus. So I'm running out of room because I have too many things on my desk here. Yeah, Gina has great inks. Gina's, like, the nice thing about Gina's stuff is she's got high quality of everything. Okay, and lots of options. She just came out with a great tool bundle, by the way, which was already a great price. And it's you'll get the 20% off of it too. And the tool bundle includes a trimmer, a small intricate die cut machine, a corner rounder. What else is in there? A scoreboard. It'd be a great gift, I think. Also great if you like to travel with your supplies. So that was Jelly Bean, and then I'm just going to put a little fresh asparagus here and there. Not spending much time. There you go. Look at that. Look at that. These others are to color some of the smaller images. Okay? As you can see in the stamp set and in the Polyglaze, there are smaller images. Yeah, these are 2 really good greens. All right, let me put these away or I'll have a problem on my hands. So I did foiling first, then you saw I inked over it with no problem. No problem at all. So now this, all right, let me go back to my card so you can see what I've done on my card. What I did is I did that process with a bunch of the different flower and leaf images. And then I used the coordinating dies to cut them out. Here are the coordinating dies. And then I cut a few extra die cuts to glue behind them so they're stacked up dimension. And then I just glued them all to the front of a 4 1/4 by 5 1/2 inch card. So this is glued right at the front. Donna, if you're horrible at foiling, this is a great option for you because it's really easy to do. So these are just stacked die cuts. They're all foiled silver and colored just like I showed you. This will kind of soften down and match the rest. I did leave a space here. This is 2 die cuts thick, and I can just glue this one on top to finish off my card. I wanted to be able to show you the completed card, and I knew I couldn't have done all that in a little bit and also demo. So I'll just get that glued right on there. By the way, this is a good time to stock up on your Connect, Gina K Connect, the best liquid adhesive of all time. So now I take my card and I'm going to cut around the excess around the edges. By the way, let's talk for a moment about that magnetic sheet that my dies are on. These were on my Crafty gift guide video the other night. I talked about the different magnet boards. These boards are new And I think they're available in 4x6 also. This is 6x8. So it'll fit nicely into the stamp pockets. These are nice because they hold the magnets well, or the dies well. See, they're not coming off, but it's not so thick that it'll take up a lot of room in your storage. So I've been using these if I have a stamp set that I want to have on a magnetic sheet so they're not all thrown in there. It's a great option. So I have those on my list on that page. Those are the Gina K, I think she calls them magnetic panels. I don't know, but they're good quality. And look at the back's cute. It has a Gina K print. So there, look at that. Isn't that cool? Look at all the shine on that. Oh, love it. Don't you love it, Ken?
It's very shiny.
It's very shiny. Hey, can you be the best husband ever?
Usually am.
Can you get me some more water?
Yeah, you don't like that.
Thank you. Okay, so now I want to do this sentiment, and this is going to show you another thing with the poly glaze. All right, so this warm wishes, I want to do this sentiment here, and that's going to go right in the center. I think that'll be nice, because like I said, there's something about a foiled sentiment that is just beautiful. Now, let me remember what I was doing. Oh, here we go. Let me get out a carrier sheet. Now, normally I would take a big chunk of a big piece of the poly glaze with lots of sentiments and run it through at once. But for the purposes of this, I just cut out one. So this is from the Poly Glaze Delicate Dahlias add-on, where I got the flowers. I have a small piece of Gina K silver foil. I'm going to put that in and run it through. All right. Yeah, she is coughing a lot, isn't she? She's okay. Yeah, it's okay. It's okay. No, they're hoping you're okay. They know I'm glad you're here. I'm hoping Lila will let me show her gingerbread house in a bit. Will you let me show Lila at some point?
But I need more ideas.
She needs to add some more things to it. She's like her mom. She needs to overthink it a bit. Okay. Hang on. Let me get a new... Were there questions, Mike? I think Gina's here and helping answer the questions, I think, which is good. Would using parchment paper give the same result? I have found that you can fold parchment paper and use that as a carrier sheet, and I've also done it with a folded piece of like printer paper because it's thin. It works too. But I do think the carrier sheet does the best job because that's what it's designed to do, right? And then I just keep it in something so I don't lose it. Look at that. Oh my gosh, it doesn't get old. I'm shaking. What kind of laminator sheets? Michelle, if you want to do laminating, where you like squeeze cardstock in between a clear pouch, you know, like for organizing, go to Amazon and search on laminating pouches. Can you use your foil and toner sheets, these foil and toner sheets on the Glimmer? There's a hack to do it, but it's not nearly as, thank you, honey, not nearly as good as using the fuse. Here's the thing, don't put your foil on upside down. I don't think anything will really happen. Oh, I did that bad. Do as I say, not as I do. Darn it. That's okay, I'll do it anyways. You just want to make sure you put the nice side of the foil facing up and the shiny side of the foil, or shiny side of the poly glaze facing up and the shiny side of the foil facing up. I didn't center that. I wasn't being very careful. Okay, so now I have this negative space. See that negative space of the warm wishes? I've got a piece of solid poly glaze here. I'll make sure I cover it with the foil. Make sure I got it covered, and I'll run that through. Oops, the poly glaze is peeking out. We don't want that. Oh, come along now. Getting flustered. Run that through. So now I have the negative space. Deco foil, work in the fuse. Yes, most deco foil is meant for doing transfer like this. If you're unsure if the deco foil you have will work with this, go find that product on the page at ThermalWeb, and it'll tell you what kind of foiling it's for. Okay? Yeah, Gina's kits are always great value. She prices them really, really low. It's a great way to get a good variety of product. So Stacy, if the polyglaze was peeking out there, the polyglaze would stick to my carrier sheet. It just makes a little mess, but that's okay. All right, so now look at this. We have polyglaze with the reverse. So here was our first one, and we have the reverse. I'm not pulling this off though. I'm gonna keep it on right now. So I'm gonna use the reverse. So I have, how am I doing on time? I have 4 minutes, yay. I have Gina K Master Layouts 3. Her master layouts are so good because just basics that are great for layering, they're fantastic. So this is Master Layouts 3. And I'm going to use Gina's new mini Intricut. Let me put my carrier sheet away so I don't lose it. All right. I've got my mini, this is the mini Intricut. It looks like the regular Intricut, but tiny. Isn't he cute? This is great to put on your desk. I've been playing with it quite a bit, and I'm impressed at how well it cuts. So I'm going to use that now. Where'd it go? So I have a circle die from the Master Layouts 3, and I'm leaving that foil on there. That way it doesn't get messed up when I run it through my die cut machine. If for some reason, like the die would do anything. Oh, I didn't cut it too close. So I'm going to put some tape. So I put that circle die around the Warm Wishes. And look at this cute little machine. Isn't it a cutie? You can get this with 20% off. Or it's part of the bundle. You can get it as part of the bundle or separately. Can you scroll it? And she does sell extra sheets or extra cutting plates.
How do you get it off the glaze off your sheet?
If you get glaze in the sheet, I don't know. Hopefully Gina's here and can ask if you accidentally get polyglaze on your carrier sheet, what to do. But look at that. Now there is that coating still on it that I normally pull off, but I just left it there. You can try to get it off with a craft knife, but I'm just leaving. And look at that. So now I thought that looked nice at the center because when I had this on there, it kind of got washed out. But by having the solid silver, I think that's fantastic. So now, from the Master Layouts 3 set, let me put it away. I used a circle with the faux stitching. That's a perfect mat for it. Doo-doo-doo-doo. All right, here we go. Put a little adhesive in the center there. Pop that on there, and look at how you get a nice little stitch line around the outside edge. Do you see that? And then you can glue that. I have another one here. Glue that right at the center. So let me get my glue out. Hang on. My drawer is becoming a mess. It's usually, that's one place I usually keep tidy, but so put glue on the back, put it right over the center. And look at all the shine on that card. Look at that. Isn't that beautiful? This is, it's just a foolproof way to foil, and I think it gives beautiful results. Do I like the glimmer machine? Yes, I've used it quite often. This is just a different way of doing it, and the techniques that I can do with this are great because that foil I could keep reusing, just a lot of wonderful things that you can do with it. So to review, this is the Delicate Dahlia's stamp, stencil, and die set that come as part of the You Are Loved kit. And you can get as an add-on the Delicate Dahlia's Polyglaze that had all those sentiments and floral images that I foiled to create this card. And you saw how easy it was to do that foiling. I'm going to unplug this so that, Mike, do you mind, oh, hold on. Do you mind taking this? I had to get an extension cord because of the way my craft room is set up. Things are flying. This is what happens. Okay, so the fuse, yeah, you can take it. So let me review everything with you. Yeah, it looks like a mirror. It's just, it's stunning. And you can bring in, I think it's Lawn Fawn next. The fuse, if you want to get the fuse on sale, I'm knocking around the cutting plates. That's what you're hearing, sorry. If you want to get the fuse on sale, Gina is sold out. So I recommend going to Simon Says Stamp, and they have 20% off today only. So you could get the fuse at 20% off. That's the best price. I mean, that's a great price for the fuse. All of the polyglaze that I used, you can get at Gina's. Her exclusive code for me, for all of you today, is Jennifer20, and you get 20% off site-wide. Just remember, the shipping is going to be slower because they just had their big sales last week and a new release. So you have to give patience for the shipping. She's got a great team, and they ship their packages with great care. It's unbelievable. Also included in the sale over at Gina's is the Intracut, the big die cut machine, which was on my Crafty gift guide the other day with the dials on the side, and also the new mini version, which I do recommend. The polyglaze sentiments, Joyce, they are part of the ones that I use today. The polyglaze set is called the Delicate Dahlias add-on. So I'll put in the comments a link to her page, to Gina's page, and you can see all the information about the sale. Here you go, Mike. And all the supplies that I used. Okay?
Giveaway.
Oh, giveaway. I'm giving away a $50 gift card to Gina K Designs. How about that? When you check out, use the code Jennifer20. Oh, is the mini sold out? Really? Are you serious? Are you serious, Clark? No, it's not sold out. It's not sold out at Gina. So the mini Intracut and the big Intracut and the tool bundle that I talked about in the Crafty gift guide are available at Gina K. And it's 20% off with the code Jennifer20. Yeah. Okay, so I'm going to give away a $50 gift card. Let me see, where are my Gina pictures? Hold on. Okay, $50 gift card. Mike, who is the lucky winner?
Winner is Linda Milby, M-I-L-B-Y.
Linda Milby, M-I-L-B-Y.
Yes.
You get $50 to Gina K. So email me at help@jennifermaguireinc.com, or you can go through my website and email me and get me your information, and I will get you that gift card. How's that? Yeah, so I wanted to pass on an opportunity to shop. Yeah, the Intracut is a great die cut machine. If you've never seen the Intracut, go to you can go to the information page for Gina's for all of the Gina stuff today. I put it in the chat. At the bottom, I linked to a video where I show the Intracut and all the things you can do. You can use your glimmer in the Intracut. You can use your embossing folders, your better press, all of it in the Intracut. Isn't that a great coupon code, Gina? Thank you. So very generous of you. Okay, now I have to take a quick break because I'm drinking a lot of water. So, Mike, do you have a little message you can put up? I'm going to run to the potty, take a little break, and I will be back with lawn fawn. Okay, I'm going to take off my mic so nobody hears.
Yeah,
Be right back.
awkward. Okay.
Okay. I'm back. I'm thankful I have a bathroom so close. Yay. Okay. Thank you, thank you, thank you. All right. Oh, by the way, Gina's sale is through Monday, I believe.
Yes.
So you can take the thing off. Okay. Next up is lawn fawn. So when Kelly told me what she wanted to do, just like when I was with, when I talked to Gina, I was just blown away about the generosity of her offer. I just think it's so good. I'm gonna have to take a break every hour because of how much I'm drinking. I usually drink a ton of these. Oh, Mike, I need images. He keeps trying to escape too. Okay, real quick. Lawn Fawn. They have an incredible exclusive deal today for my friends on top of their regular deals. And I have a great, great interactive card here. Mike, can you show?
This one?
Okay, so here's the thing. Oh, you don't leave. I got more. Oh, he's eating chocolate truffles. And then you can leave. Okay, so first is you get, with any order of $50, if you use the code Jennifer and you add it to the cart, which I'll show you what it is in a moment, you get a free die set. And it's not a small die set, it's a big one. I'll show you what it is in a moment. Also, that's on top of them already having a 20% off site-wide sale and free gifts at if you spend $35 or $60 and 40% off of many items. So can you scroll? So here's the deal. If you spend more than $60 today, you're going to get 3 free gifts. Yeah, you can go to the next one. So let me show you more information. So this is the free gift that is exclusive to me, okay? To my friends. See, it says just for Jennifer's friends. Kelly, you're an angel, an angel. So this is the Black Friday. This is for, is this today only? Is that right? Mike will check. You get this free Winter Wonderland window die set, which I'm going to use today, with any purchase of $50 or more. You just have to add to your cart the Winter Wonderland window die. You add it to your cart and you use the code Jennifer. Now let me get you a link. Okay, I'm putting into the chat. Hold on. Somehow I lost pace here. Hold on just a second. I just put into the chat a link that will take you to Lawn Fawn's page for today. And you can see right at the top a link to that Winter Wonderland die, so you can add it to your cart and use the code Jennifer. Then if you scroll down, you'll see the other things. Did I give you the other deals?
Yeah.
So here's the other deal through Monday, 20% off site-wide. Oh, by the way, my free code is through Monday too. Okay, so 20% off site-wide. That's their regular sale today, which is awesome. And then if you spend $35, you get that free stamp set, this Rhino stamp set. Then if you spend $60, you get the die set for that too. I think it's called Rhinomite. So here's the thing. That's their normal freebies. If you spend more than $60 today, you get that stamp and die set and my exclusive die set, which is that Winter Wonderland die set. Does that make sense? It's all on the top of the Lawn Fawn information page, which I will put right in the chat, and Brianne will keep sharing it. Isn't that fun? I just love it. I love it. Okay, so let's come back. So that is the big thing for today. 20% off site-wide at Lawn Fawn. So everything I'm using, I don't think they have exclusions. Do they have exclusions, Mike? I don't think so. No. So everything I'm using today is 20% off. If you spend $50, you get my exclusive free gift. But if you spend $60, you get my exclusive free gift plus 2 others. So it's so generous. And I think Kelly's here. Hi, Kelly. We love you, Kelly. Here's what I have on the top of my tray for Lawn Fawn. Kelly's smile, if you've ever met Kelly, she has a smile that could brighten the whole world, and that's why I needed to put a smiley face there. Lila just said she does. Lila got to meet Kelly and her husband Mike and her son Miles at Disneyland this summer, and we want to keep Miles. He is just the sweetest thing. The only exclusions are the gift cards, which is normal, and the fundraiser class. By the way, Mike's not here to show the image, but they are doing Lawn Fawn is doing a fundraiser class. The information is in the thumbnails at the top of the page that I am linking in the chat. they are doing a class where all of the money goes to hurricane relief. So I think that is just fantastic. So you can sign up anytime, and it's very, very reasonable. And Shari is one of the teachers. I think Shari and Jen Shirkus, they are awesome. They are awesome. Okay, so if you are looking for the Lawn Fawn stuff, I put it in the chat, so is Brienne. Also, right at the top of my YouTube description, you'll see a link in between some stars. That'll take you to all my plans for today, and you can click on Lawn Fawn there. All right. Okay, so today I'm going to try my best. I'm going to try my best to get through this. Consider me brave. I prepped a lot of it, so we should be good. I wanted to do an interactive card because Lawn Fawn has some of the most amazing interactive die sets. And I also wanted to use the, I want to make sure I'm going to call it the right thing. I also wanted to make sure to use the free die set that you get with my exclusive code. Elizabeth, thank you. Elizabeth is also here helping share links. She just emailed me yesterday and said, hey, do you need help? And she just offered to help. Bless her heart. So she gave a link to the class for hurricane relief. So I wanted to do a card where I used an interactive die set from Lawn Fawn and showed you a newer product that they have come out with in the past few months and the free die set. So let me show you the card that I came up with, and I'm going to show you how to put this card together. So this window here, I made using the Winter Wonderland window die set that you get for free. The code is Jennifer, but you have to make sure you add Winter Wonderland to your cart and use the code Jennifer. If you go to that page that Brienne and I keep sharing, you would definitely, you'll be able to see right at the top how to find the Winter Wonderland die set, add it to your cart, and use the code. Okay? So watch this. What happened?
Nothing. You're fine.
Look at that. Isn't that fun? You could just sit here and do this all day. It's just the cutest little thing. Now this is the Swivel Surprise die set that I'll be using today. It's on sale, 20% off. I'm going to show you how to make it. Please know, and I linked at the bottom of the thumbnails on this Lawn Fawn Black Friday page, Kelly did an incredible video with multiple versions of this that have different feels and looks to them. So there are so many things you can do with this, and you can be sure Lawn Fawn has lots of examples, okay? So here, let's start with, here is the die set that you get for free. This is the Winter Wonderland window die set that you get for free if you add it to your cart and use the code Jennifer. Just follow my links. And it also includes these little snowflakes that I used on the inside of the card. So that is a really generous freebie. And remember, if you just go to 60, you also get the Rhino stamp set and die. Okay, so that is the window surprise. Let's first, I'm thinking. Let me think. Let's first do the front before we do the interactive card part. So I got all my pieces here because I'm a good girl and I knew today would be crazy. Okay, so you can use this interactive die set with a regular 4 1/4 by 5 1/2 inch card. Okay, all of their examples on Lawn Fawn are. I wanted a bigger card, so I had some more room up here. So my card is an A6, which is 4 1/2 by 6 1/4. But you could do this same card, a traditional A2 size if you prefer. That's a size comparison. It would totally work. The window works great on it. So what I did is I cut a piece that's slightly smaller than my note card, and I used the outline of the Winter Wonderland window die to cut that opening, and it has little little piercing around the outside, which right there, that's a great die that you can do lots of things with, right? Then I took another shade of blue cardstock, and it's cut smaller, it really doesn't matter how big, and I used the inside of the Winter Wonderland die, and I cut it from that. Okay, so now I can glue these two together. I'm gonna put glue on the back of this window opening here. And I'll lay that over here, and look at how that just layers so nicely. This would be really cool for a shaker window or a window card. So many things you could do with that. Okay, so look how cool that is. So now that I have my window started. Then I'll take a piece of white cardstock, and I'll tell you there are lots of great dies to do snow, hills, and slopes. I'm just using my scissors. Easy enough, right? Yeah, Kelly is here from Lawn Fawn. I think that's Kelly in the comments. She was just texting me, so I'm hoping it's her. And I think Shari's here too. So I just cut a little snow slope to put in there. Let me cut off that extra. There we go. And now this is the front of our card. So I just did that quickly just so you could see how these Winter Wonderland dies work. And look at that right there. I mean, that's fun, even without the stuff on the outside. Okay? And you could make that a window, a shaker card. Oh, you know what I forgot? Good thing I used a glue I can tear up. I forgot to put blue cardstock in there. Kelly is at Lawn Fawn and Shari's here. Yay! Shari is the greatest. She's the greatest. And so is Kelly. Okay, so I put blue paper so the blue shines through. There we go. So there's the front. I'll show you the snowmen at the end. Isn't that fun? Okay, so that is the Winter Wonderland die set that if you add it to your cart and use the code Jennifer and spend $50, you get it for free. Now for the fun inside part. Okay, Melissa. Why did somebody say Melissa? Melissa who? Melissa somewhere? I'm just wondering.
Melissa is a honeybee.
Oh, Melissa Honeybee. Melissa's here? We've got her later on today, or Honeybee later on today. Okay, believe it or not, this interactive card isn't that bad. It is. Melissa's here. Hi, Melissa. See how these companies support each other? Okay, this isn't hard to do. I'm hoping I remember all the steps. My recommendation is if you are to do this, use this swivel surprise die set, follow, check Kelly's video. It's actually on their page at Lawn Fawn, on the swivel surprise die set product page. There's a video there. She shows it multiple times, and she's just really good at explaining things. I'm going to do my best. So this is the die set that you use. Let's start first with this one, which I think looks like a guy directing airplane traffic. Now the die is cool because it does little score lines and also makes a little X. So what's neat about this is you just fold back on all the score lines. So I'll fold back along the first one. Then there's two diagonal score lines. Fold back along that. So basically we're just taking the score lines and turning them into fold lines. And every time I'm folding back. And then I'll fold this one back. Lila made for a fundraiser a bunch of crochet animals, and Kelly won. And so now Miles has like a, what does he have? Like a red seahorse that she crocheted. A bunny. He wanted a red seahorse, so that's what he got. It's so cute. Okay, so I folded back along all of those. Now this is actually very easy. I'm going to push. You see how those little triangles there? I'm going to kind of push in there with my fingernails. Here I'm pushing it in, and then I flatten it all down, and it kind of folds up into this little shape. So let me do that again. Here it is with all the fold lines. I just push those triangles in, and then it folds down. Easy peasy. Oh, Amanda, I probably mess up. You never know. Okay. So now you've got this shape. That's what it looks like. It's kind of funny looking, but that's it. Honey, Paula, if you don't have Lawn Fawn has high quality products. I believe their dyes and everything are made in the US. Really good stuff. Good people. They have a lot of cute stuff, but they also have a lot of stuff that you can make more elegant too. So you have the variety, like this could be used for an elephant card. So again, this is interactive die set is the Swivel Surprise. Okay, so this is our folded up piece. And if you look here, at the top here, you have that area that looks like a house. I'm gonna put adhesive just where, I'm gonna do the trick Kelly does. I'll put a pencil mark or pen mark so you can see. I'm just going to put adhesive on the bottom of the house where the doors and the windows would be, not on the roof. See that little house there? Now, you want something strong here, folks. Don't go for girly adhesive. We don't want girly adhesive. I'm using double-sided tape. I recommend either Altenew or Lawn Fawn double-sided tape. I think they're both really good. If you have patience, Gina K Connect would be great here, but I don't want to take the time to hold it and let it dry. So I covered the base of the house with double-sided tape. I'm praying I put this together right. It's been a while since I've done this. Okay, so see that adhesive right there where the pen mark is? I'm going to take this. What? Oh, I'm going to flip this over and put it so the end of this little flap goes right into the crease of the card. So there's the adhesive. I'm going to flip it over, shrink. I know, I've always got that knife. You can put this center, I'm going to put it like a little up from center so that the end is lined up with that crease. And then press it down. Okay, so you got this. You can start to see it work already. Okay, so just adhesive in that little part. Okay, all right. Let's try to remember what's next, Jennifer. Next, a ring. These are all cut with the Swivel Surprise die set. So here's the ring here. I cut that, and this will get glued right onto. Do I want to do that next? Yeah, that's fine. This will get glued right onto this little, here, let me stretch it out. See that little curve there? I'm going to put adhesive on that. You could use liquid. You could use tape here. I'm just putting some tape runner. Okay, so just, let me show you, just onto this area. Okay, now I'm going to take this ring, put the mechanism through it, and then the curve of this lines up with the curve on that, which makes it really easy. So to see the curve on the mechanism lines up with the curve of my circle, and you press it down. So you can already see it starting to move. One thing I forgot to mention, one thing I recommend after trying this a bunch is this, the cardstock that you use for this funny looking airplane conducting man dude. You want to cut that from an 80-pound cardstock. I wouldn't use like a hefty 110 for that because you want it to move better. So 80-pound is good for that. So I just used some 80-pound colored cardstock I had, 80-pound white, whatever. Nobody's, whatever you want to use. But pattern paper might even work well there too. I think a lot of Kelly's examples were done that way. Okay, so there's that. Now I'm going to pull this, and you see this looks kind of like, I should have done this first. It looks kind of, Kelly says this looks like a butter knife up here. See that little semicircle? I'm going to put adhesive on that little semicircle, right where the pencil or the pen is. I want it on my background. So I will take this circle, which actually came from the center of the ring. So I cut it with that die from the center of the ring, and I'm lining that up with that curve. See that curve up there? I'm lining the circle up with that curve. And press that down. So now you can see it's moving. Now I did the circle because that's how they've designed it, and it's a good place to start. But you could, instead of putting a circle here, you could put like a little critter on there, so a little critter moves back and forth. You can cut the size of that little butter knife area down so it's smaller, but that just shows you if you use the dies they have, this is all going to work great. Okay? All right. Now, where'd it go? Little booger. Oh, here it is. Now this die here creates a little rectangle with an X and a score line or fold line there. So that's what I did here. You can see there's a fold line and an X. I'm going to fold this towards me. So what we end up with is what looks like a little chair with the X like where your shoulder would be. Yeah, Kelly's got a great example where she had sunflowers moving. Instead of a circle, it was a sunflower. So a lot of things you can do. Are there written instructions for the, I don't think they come with written instructions. This is something you need to watch a video. But if you go to the product page for the Swivel Surprise dies on the Lawn Fawn website, there's a video right there on the product page. Okay, so now notice there's an X on this. And remember our little airplane conducting man? there was an X on him. See that little X? Because he looks like an airplane conducting. He looks like somebody telling traffic where to go. Here, Lila.
Like a traffic.
It does, see? So let me show you here what I got. There's this little triangle right here. And the X is on that little triangle. Do you see that X on the little triangle? I hope you can see it. This little triangle where that X is where we're going to put some adhesive. Just on that little triangle. This is the hardest part of all of it. And there's an X to make it easy. This is where liquid adhesive comes in handy because getting anything else in that tiny spot would be hard. So just where I put that little triangle, where the X is, I'm going to put strong liquid adhesive. So you can see there's like a triangle of liquid adhesive where the X is. Yeah, Kelly's video is great. Kelly explains things so well. So I'm going to take my little chair, see where that X is? That X is going to go where the other X is. So I'm going to set that right on there. And what will happen is the back of the chair kind of lines up with the score lines we have. And let me just press this down for a minute. Can you scroll? Yeah, my favorite Lawn Fawn interactive dies. This is one of my new favorites. I don't remember what they're all called. The magic changing one, that's always a good one. Where I don't remember what it's called. Can you scroll it, please? Sorry. I don't remember what it's called. I'll have to look. Maybe somebody in the comments. The magic changer one, and they came out with lots of different products that work with it. You guys can all talk about what your favorite interactive dies are too from Lawn Fawn. Okay, so can you see my little chair is now glued on that X? Okay, Magic Iris. Thank you, Shari. That's the one I like. Okay, so you can see this kind of, it's moving already. Now the next thing I'm going to do is there's this little flap here where I put the pen.
Put that guy on top of it. Have him move.
Yeah, our little moving airplane conductor man. Or you could be a muscle man. I don't know. Or a dude holding a knife. I don't know. Whatever. I go with airplane. Give It a Whirl. That's a good one too. Somebody asked best interactive die sets. Try Give It a Whirl, Magic Iris. Those are good ones. They have great, great die sets. Now on this little flap here at the end, I'm putting some strong tape. Anything strong that you trust. I would not use a tape runner here. I don't think that would be secure enough. So now, let's close it all up. And see, remember that we put right up in the edge there? It's all closed down, flattened. And then close that and grab that adhesive. Platform pop-up's a great one. Ta-da, diorama. That's one of my favorites. So cute. Okay, so now when you open the card, see how it's moving? There's one thing left. We need to put our circle on there. So I'm going to put, remember this little flap on the bottom of the chair? There's our chair. On the bottom side of the chair, I'll put some, I'm going to put double-sided tape. No, I'll put liquid adhesive. We'll just hold it for a second. And then you can see where the glue is going. See, that's that little chair with the X on it. I put on the bottom side of the chair, I put some liquid adhesive. Keep the card open. Take the circle and press it down. And I'm pressing it down so you can see like an even amount around the edges of that blue ring. You see that? Now let me put something heavy on this while it dries. Okay? So that is the basics of it. The nice thing about the die set is this piece right here, this die, which by the way can be used for other things. It's got faux circle or faux stitching on both sides of the cut line. That cuts this piece. That'll be like the focal point. Then the ring cuts this ring around it, and it cuts that smaller circle with faux stitching. In the die set, there is the mechanism pieces. This is just a little banner die that you can add like right across here. And this is a really good one. Check this out. This one is cut to fit the curve of that ring. So you could stamp a sentiment on that little banner and there'd be like a sentiment along here that would move with it. Isn't that cool? So they have a lot of examples for that. I decided not to do it. I wanted like the snowfall. Okay, so let's see if that's had enough time to dry. Let me just check. I hope it has. Has it? Maybe pushing it. Look at that. Isn't that fun? I mean, come on. So fun. So fun. Isn't that brilliant? It's not hard to do. And once you put it together, you saw I was able to do it from memory. And I think if you make a few, you'd be set. Now, as for what you can add, I'm not going to add all these things, but I will give you an idea of the things that you can do. For this, the snow bank there, I cut another of those die cuts, of the circle die cuts, and I just will cut a little slope. And then this I'll glue right on the base of this. And then we can add our snowmen to it. I'm going to show you the snowmen in a moment, okay? Now, the rest of what I did, on this little circle up here, I added some snowflakes. That is from the free die set that we get with my exclusive offer, the Winter Wonderland window. I glued some snowflakes on that circle, and I also put some snowflakes in the background. You just want to make sure they don't get in the way of your mechanism. So if you're going to add something on this, you always want to check and make sure everything will close and it won't stick out the side or whatever. I even put snowflakes on the ring. Can you see those snowflakes are glued to the ring? I have 3 snowflakes there and 1 up there. So those move too with the ring. And then I just put this circle for decoration so I'd have 3s. This one's just glued right to the card. And then there's a few other little snowflakes just scattered. So you could put flowers on this. You could make it more elegant if you wanted to. You could do like a beautiful floral on it. It doesn't have to be a cutesy thing. You know what I mean? Like it'd be pretty to have this big thing be a big flower and then have what kind of moves some leaves, or I don't know. You could do all kinds of stuff with it. Okay? So I'm not going to take the time to add the snowflakes because I want to demo a few more things here. Isn't it fun? Aren't they impressive? I agree. I agree. Oh, somebody made 45 cards with the Frosty Friends, which I'm about to use. So again, that is the Swivel Surprise die set, which allows you to create that interactive feature. So you can do this interactive feature inside an A2 card, which is 4 1/4 by 5.5 inches, or you can do it on a bigger size. This is an A6, which is 4 1/2 by 6 1/4. Butterfly, a flower and a butterfly. Who said that? Beth, thank you. Now I got to do that. A moon and a witch on a broom for Halloween. Or for Wicked, which if somebody in my family doesn't take me to Wicked tomorrow, I'm going to be sad. Keep sharing your ideas. I'd love to hear. What did you say?
She goes, wah,
Want, want. Okay, so that's what we've got so far. And remember, these snowflakes, you could have put some up here too. I just wanted to keep it. I usually, when I have an interactive inside, I keep the outside simple. This is more involved than I normally would do on the outside of an interactive card. I don't know why I like to keep the inside or the outside simple. I think it's because when you see it simple on the front, to open it and have it be just, I think, makes it more impressive. Let me tell you, let me show you also, I'm going to show you the snowmen here in a second. But the sentiment here, Let It Snow, this is from the Henry's Build a Sentiment Winter stamp set. It defies gravity, see? They have several of these that are Build a Sentiment in this Henry font. They call this Henry. I really like the font here. The reason is it's all capital, or it's all like even height letters, so it looks really nice on a sentiment strip. And you can easily stamp the words close together. So you can build lots of different sentiments here, like have a happy Hanukkah, we wish you, and then there's cheerful, peaceful, magical, let it snow. I mean, from both of us, from all of us, lots of different sentiments you can build with this. So this is Henry's Winter Build a Sentiment, and she has it for other things besides winter too. By the way, I tried to do a mix of holiday and non-holiday, or winter and non-winter throughout the day, because I'm still into it, into the winter stuff, making Christmas stuff, so I wanted to include it. Somebody asked about A6 cards. A6 cards and 5x7 cards do not cost more to ship unless it's bulky. So if you have the same 2 cards, the same thing, in a regular A2 smaller and then in a bigger 5x7, it's the same shipping. The good way to think about this, if you go to your grocery store and you buy a card to send to somebody, usually those are 5x7 and it's regular postage. So really what matters is how thick it is. This I don't think would require extra postage. Okay, so let me show you the snowman. This is something that I haven't been able to show in a video yet, but I've wanted to for a long time. And I'm really excited that Lawn Fawn's been doing it. But before I just talk about that, let me talk about these magnetic sheets. Because if you're shopping at Lawn Fawn and you want to get to those free gift options, because remember, if you spend $60 and use my code, you get a mini stamp set and die set, and you get the Winter Wonderland die set, and 20% off site-wide. That's just amazing. Let me talk about these magnetic boards, because these are panels. These are on my Crafty gift guide. These are magnetic panels from Lawn Fawn. The big one is 8.5 by 11. The small one is almost 5 by 7. And I have quite a few of these that I use when I'm crafting. So normally these dies are in a pocket. And then when it's time for me to craft, I get the dies out and I lay them on this card. This is thick. It's a thick mama. These dies are not going to come off of here. So that way I can keep my dies organized and not lose them when I'm crafting. So these are wonderful. If Lawn Fawn sold out, I know Simon says Stamp had some too. But these are super thick and they're fantastic. They do have a higher price point because they're so thick, but I really, really like them. I think they're handy. You see them in a lot of my videos. All right, so now on to the new thing from Lawn Fawn that I like. You have to excuse me, my throat is getting dry. Lawn Fawn, as you know, has for a very long time had amazing images and coordinating dies available. You don't have to buy them together. You can buy them together or separately. I don't know where all my dies went. Oh, they're on the board. Okay, so this is the Frosty Family stamp set. So you have all these little snowmen with different hats. You can do arms. I skipped the arms. Scarves, little sentiments, buttons, even a little snowman. So lots of little options and different facial expressions. And there's a die set available. Then there's also, I didn't use this one, but it is so cute. This is the, what time is it? Okay. This is the Frosty Family add-on. And this has a cat and a dog and some more little expressions that you can use, more things you can use with it, little sentiments. And there's a die set for that. Now, what they've come out with recently, and I think they're going back and doing these, Kelly, you have to correct me if I'm wrong, going back and doing these for older sets is stencils. You know me, I don't like to color. So whenever I can have a stencil set to color in my images, I'm a happy girl. So now for Lawn Fawn images, there are stencil sets available. Now here's the thing. These Lawn Fawn images, one of the things I do like about them is they're easy to color, but it's so much faster with stencils. Yes, Kelly said they're going back and doing stencils for old favorites. So if you have an old stamp set that you really like, maybe they'll come out with a stencil set that goes with it. Now, I will be honest, what I'm coloring today, a snowman, doesn't really require much coloring. So I didn't pick the best set to demonstrate it, but I'm going to do it anyways. So you can see how fast it is. Now, where did I put, hang on. I stamped a snowman. I stamped my snowman. Mike, do you know where my snowman went? Hang on. I may be stamping more snowmen.
Mike hid the snowman.
Seriously, where did I put it?
Mike, it's not kind to hide this.
Hang on there. Where'd I put it? I stamped my snowman already. It was in this little container. I saw it before. Did anybody see where my snowman went? I'll just restamp them. It's okay. I'll restamp them.
This happens a lot, actually.
Oh, yeah. Mike is good at finding things. So so Mike, come help me find this. It's on the tray? It's not on the tray.
Yeah.
It's not there. The Frosty ran. Frosty ran. Okay. Watch what I'm going to do to make it easy. I'm taking the whole stamp set and I'm going to tape it in here. Let's see. You know what? I'm going to take a bigger sheet of paper. So I'm taking the whole, this is just a time saver. I'm taking the whole stamp set and taping it in here. I don't know what I did with it. New one of what? Oh, my mat works. My grip mat looks bad, but it works just fine. Did I throw it away? So this is the trick. I had mentioned this earlier. I love to take a full stamp set and just tape it in and stamp all the images at once. I'll make another one. Let me get this. Let me cut this down. Hang on.
I'll find it in there.
Yeah, I'm not. Do I want to stamp a snowman?
Oh, that's good.
You know what's going to be in my head now. Well done, well done. Okay, so I'm just doing what's fastest here. So I have some paper in here. I'm just going to ink all of these images up with black at once. Makes it easy. Okay. You know it's getting crazy when Mike starts singing.
That was Lila.
Oh, it was Lila. I couldn't hear. Okay, so let me get that a little bit darker. So look I got all those images. I should have moved my stamp out so it wasn't so close to the edge, but you know. So this is what I did earlier with, oh, here it is.
Oh my gosh, it was just upside down paper.
He's my brother. He can give me trouble like that. All right.
So I'll show you how it was. It was like that. Sorry.
That's funny.
Back to your...
Okay, so now I have both. All right, where is my grip mat? Now, this is what I'm excited about here is how fast this will make inking and coloring. I'm going to take, these are the Simon Says Stamp Placement Guides. I put this into, on my Crafty gift guide. I use them for lining things up, but I also use them for masking when I'm stenciling so that I don't have to use Post-it notes. So watch how fast this is. So I'm going to line up this snowman here. And then I'm going to put this to block off the rest. Honestly, I would take this, being me, I would cut apart each one, but that's just me. It's really easy to line up here. And then I'm going to take Moonstone, if I remember correctly. This is Moonstone ink from Lawn Fawn. Lawn Fawn has a beautiful ink line. If you're looking for the perfect red ink, lobster. You need lobster. Okay, so I want just a light haze of blue. You could do gray, whatever you want. But look at how I can just add a little light haze of blue at the bottom, kind of the side of my snowman to add quick coloring. Look at that. That would have taken me to do that kind of light coloring with a Copic marker, would have driven me nuts. So you can see how fast that was. Now on these, hang please. I need something dark to put up behind this. So on the stencils, notice that there's an outline, etched outlines. So it makes it easy to line up with your images. So let's see, like right here, I can quickly, watch how fast I can add color to this. This is the coolest thing. So I'm inking in that Santa hat. Here's another great color for you. Let me get it. Fish tank is really fun. It's nice and bright. Let me show you what it looks like. It's like it matches the, I like it with their Blue Jay cardstock. I love their Blue Jay cardstock. Talk about that one a lot too. So here is what I'm coloring. Watch how fast I do this. I come in with dark at the edges and kind of, I'm going to do more contrast. And look at how I colored that so quickly. See, it's just handy. They're handy. So these, again, are pretty simple images. But even here, let me show you, even for this tiny little guy, you can line it up. Do a little inking. I do kind of darker towards the edges. I want to get it kind of darker and lighter towards the top. Look at that. Isn't that fun? So the nice thing about this is if you don't like to color, it's an easy way to do it. Yeah, I like to cut apart my stencils. But even the little nose, you can stencil the nose with orange. The code Jennifer works if you have $50 in your cart and you add into your cart the Winter Wonderland window die set. It's all on top of the Lawn Fawn information page, which I'll add in the chat. Okay? Why is mine falling behind? Okay, so I did that coloring. I mean, you can do the shading of black very quickly. So you can see how these stencils are great for quick coloring. Again, I picked snowmen, which are pretty easy to color, but do know, think about some of their other images that they have that their stencil sets available for. It really helps with those of us who don't like to color. Let me show you an example. I'm going to be giving this away later, but this is their Cheesy Christmas stamp set. There's the dies. Here are the stencils. So look at how I'm going to open this even though I'm giving it to somebody. I mean, look at the details, like for the tree and then the little openings on the tree. So this will, all the different parts of that mouse. So it allows you to color each of the areas. Super, super simple. I think that, I'm glad they've come out with this. And it wasn't until I used them, I stress out with coloring. It's just not my thing. I like faster coloring. For me, coloring is more of a getting to the end results than it is the journey. Some things are more the journey. It just depends. Yeah, aren't those mice cute? I'm going to give those away in a moment. Okay, let me check something real quick here. I want to see if I had anything else for Mike to share. I don't think so. I think it was all the deals. Oh, so anyway, after I did this, what's fun is I actually use a block here. This isn't an acrylic block. It is a paperweight, but honestly, I don't know where my acrylic blocks went. And there's different faces you can add to these. So, and there's little buttons, all kinds of stuff. I think I'll make this one a little girl face. And then I can cut these out. Now, there are coordinating dies available. But what I did is I fussy cut them because that's a pretty easy thing to fussy cut. I don't know why I did the fussy cutting. I think I needed a little mental break and that's what it gave me. You can use the coordinating dies or fussy cut them. Yeah, I prefer stencils. I'm curious, I'm wondering, all of you, what do you prefer, stencils or coloring of your images? I'd love to hear. Okay, no. Lila says stencils. Lila loves stencils. So all I would have to do here is finish the coloring, die cut them out, and assemble them. So I made like a daddy and a boy on the front. I added little hats and scarves. There are different things you can do. I think little tiny buttons would be fun. A little pom-pom would be fun. On the inside, I have what would be a mommy and a little girl maybe. And you just change up how you accessorize them, the different faces and such. And the fun thing about the faces being separate is you can have them face different ways. So these kind of face each other and these kind of face each other instead of like dad looking at the kid and the kid's looking off to the side. Isn't that fun? You like both? Watercolor. Oh, you're good. Yeah, no, not for me. I'm getting there. I did a lesson with Jen Raza and that helped, but it's not something that comes naturally for me. Mike, can you put up the fundraiser? I want to mention that again.
Yeah, all right, where's it?
So remember in the chat.
Wait, can you give it to me?
It's in the
Oh, there it
folder.
is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so I wanted to remind you again that Lawn Fawn is having a fundraiser for the victims of the hurricane, and it is a class. It's not much. It's very affordable. Taught by Kelly, who owns Lawn Fawn, Jen Shirkus, and Shari Moss, who are two great people. Jen can teach some serious coloring with Copics and Lawn Fawn images. And Shari is just one of my favorite people. So that all the money goes to hurricane research, or hurricane relief. So please check that out if you're shopping over there today. Also, it's $15. That's very affordable. Also, Mike, let me see if I can get you to share something. Let me see if I can find it. I can't.
What was it?
I can't remember. It's okay. It's all good. All right. So I have put in the chat a link to the page for Lawn Fawn. So just a reminder, Lawn Fawn is their regular sale today through Tuesday?
Monday.
Through Monday. Monday the 2nd. Oh my gosh. December's almost here. So Lawn Fawn's regular sale is 20% off. Yeah, it is affordable, isn't it? Lawn Fawn sale is 20% off site-wide. And they're saying they are offering that if you spend $35, you get a free Rhino stamp set. Then if you spend $60, you get the dies for that stamp set. Then my code that's exclusive to all of you, because they're awesome, is if you spend $50 and put the Winter Wonderland window die set in your cart, use the code Jennifer, you'll get it for free. So if you spent $60 there today with their sale, you get those free gifts. That's great. Oh yeah, we see a lot for stencils. And I didn't know how the stencils would work with the Lawn Fawn because they're not like layering or whatever. But because they do that etched outline, that you can line things up so easily. So let me show you that again, because that's what makes it really cool. Oh, so you see, like the etching of that snowman there, that etching lines up with the stamp outline, which makes it really easy to line all those up and color it in. So this little guy, I colored him with stencils. Isn't that great? Okay. All right. That is fun. So let me show you the Winter Wonderland die set. And that card, I thought this would take a lot longer, but I think the way they designed that swivel surprise makes it so easy. So just a reminder, this is the swivel surprise die set, and that's what makes that interactive feature. Then I use the Frosty Friends for the stamp images. And then I use the Winter Wonderland die set that is free with my code on orders of $50 or more, okay?
The sentiments.
The sentiments, oh, Henry's build a sentiment. Let me get it. Winter, what?
It should be in the list, yeah.
Yeah, it should be in the list. Yeah. Yes, Kelly, thank you for putting the etching on there. That's really what makes it work so well with your small images. The time will save. Now, if you like to mass produce, batch produce cards, it's only 4 and I'm already tumbling in my words. If you like to batch produce or mass produce cards, you could stamp like a bunch of those little mice and then take one part of the stencil, line it up with the first one, ink it, and just keep moving. And that's much faster than coloring. So that is a nice perk. Okay, so we're going to do...
Does that go with those sentiments?
I don't think there are dies for this. I don't think you need to, because see how they're like, it's straight across the top and straight across the bottom. You just stamp it onto like a banner die cut or a cardstock strip. I don't think you need it. Kathy, you're here. Kathy, you told me I was bold to do this. You were right, but it is fun. So now I have a giveaway. I'm going to do a giveaway every hour. You know, my craft room is actually pretty clean because I'm trying to clean up as I go. But putting those trays away tomorrow will be a different story. So the giveaway for this hour is the Cheesy Christmas. Let me make sure nobody's...
Participate in giveaway.
You want to participate?
Yes, I'm gonna help Mike.
Oh, Mike's gonna, or Lila's gonna pick a winner. She doesn't want to come on screen today because she's not feeling 100% and she's in her jammies. But I'm also in my jammy pants too, so hey. Okay, so this is the Cheesy Christmas stamp set, die set, and then the stencils. Let me show you those stencils again. And whoever we pick, I will ship international. If you're international, that's no problem. And also, I send a card. Look at, see all the, you just line up from one to the next to color the different areas. Interactive card, I encourage you, if you are gonna do some shopping at Lawn Fawn, to check out all the other interactive dies over there. The folks at Lawn Fawn do a lot for this industry, and they do a lot for the community, like that hurricane relief class. Good people, good small business in California, good people. Do you have to put the Rhino set in your cart? You don't need to for that. So that's just like automatic. If you spend $35, they'll take care of it when they pack your order. But to get my exclusive freebie, you need to use the code and add it to your cart because they made it an extra thing on top of everything else. Does that make sense? Okay, so Lila, who is the winner of the Cheesy Christmas?
Lisa Blatt, B-L-A-T-T.
Lisa Blatt, B-L-A-T-T. Diana, not if, but when you're shopping at Lawn Fawn. Yes, I agree. So Lisa Blatt, if you could email me at help@jennifermcguireinc.com or email me through my website, give me your address. We'll send this in a handmade card and probably some stickers because Mike likes to throw in other things.
Stickers and other stuff.
He puts all kinds of things in there. I don't know what all these drinks are anymore. I think that's coffee. Can you take that somewhere? This is water. Okay. So there you go. All right. Mike, guess what time it is?
Waffle Flower.
It's Waffle Flower time, but guess what else it is?
What?
Jen needs another break.
Okay. Could you...
I gotta take a potty break because I will be... Here, Lila, take this and set this on the pool table. If anybody wants to play ping pong at my house right now, they can't because there's trays of crafting stuff. All right, so I am going to take a few-minute break, and I'll be right back with Waffle Flower. Kelly, thank you. I love you. Love you very much. All right, I'll be right back. Don't leave. I'll be right back. Okay. That was fun. Lawn Fawn's fun. Ooh, I get a hug.
Mom and Dad are still watching.
What?
Because
Tell them to leave comments.
because they because somebody said I have a good recipe for coffee.
Someone said, Mike, you should show a card while you're away.
I should show a card.
I don't know.
A card.
You guys show one of her cards.
Okay.
Find a card.
I thought Lila put up a sign to not ring the doorbell today.
No, I didn't. I said
Thanks.
Dad.
You have to show the blanket.
Oh, jeez.
What?
Yeah.
Now you gotta explain it.
Mom, we
Oh,
know the
jeez.
microphones. People are telling you the microphone's still on.
I know, but I didn't have it with me.
I know.
I'll mute everyone. I don't have
You gotta
Sorry.
explain the...
Sorry. Okay. The mic was on, but it was in here. I didn't take the mic to the bathroom with me. That's the difference. It's okay if you heard things.
So you hear us chatting.
You heard us talking. It's all good. Yeah, we have a really annoying doorbell.
Hold on, wait, go.
Can you remove that thing? We have an annoying doorbell that came with the house, and it's terrible. So I apologize. You heard my dogs. It's me.
Yeah,
I told
They
you
were saying doggies.
at the beginning of the day, this would, you're coming into my home for an entire day. Yeah, it's a normal day. Oh dear, I'm already through another one. Okay. Waffle Flower. Let's get Waffle
There's
Flower.
also they gave a movie that talks about one of the exclusive things. The brushes. There's a movie.
There's a movie?
Yeah.
Like a video?
Yeah.
I was like, a movie? What are you talking about? Okay. So now it is Waffle Flower time, and I'm really excited about this because we have something special, very special. All right, let me pull up. I put into the chat the link to the Waffle Flower page that tells you all about today. So you can click that. I'm sure Brianne's probably sharing it. Okay. Let me make sure it's all there. Yes, Waffle Flower is great. Oh, good, Nina. I think that's probably Nina. Is that you, Nina, and the Waffle Flower Crafts? I hope so. She has been an angel helping set this up. Okay, so this is... No, I'm not going to say anything confidential. Yeah, this is a house. There's people and dogs, and for some reason, everybody's ringing the doorbell today. Nobody ever rings it. Okay. Hey, Lila.
Yeah.
Can you fill me up?
Water.
Yeah. Okay, so Waffle Flower. I have a link there. I'm going to cover Waffle Flower for the next hour. Yes, hi, Nina. Okay, good. Nina is here, so she can answer any questions. Can you put up the deal for Waffle Flower?
I will think about it.
He's looking for it.
There.
There we go. Okay, so Waffle Flower has sales going on, but what she's offering exclusive to you all is you get an additional 15% off the grab bags, which are discounted grab bags of great products, and you get the 15% off their new brush sets, which aren't out yet. Well, they are now. It's just to you guys, okay? So new brush sets, which I'm going to show you in a moment, you use the code JM Inc. JM Inc. Now, Waffle Flower has other sales. So let's show the other images, Mike. Okay, so they have this sale. This is their normal sale. It's a Black Friday sale. I think is it 20? I can't read that small. Over 800 items are on sale. Let me pull up the thingy so I can see it. Sorry, let me just find all this.
I'm prepared too. I'm not on the right.
Okay, so they have 25% over 25% off over 800 items. This is all at the top of the Waffle Flower Black Friday page that I'm adding in the chat again. So you can, let me refresh this. So you can see they have tons of products, and the products that I'm using today, I think are all from that sales category. So you get 25% off over 800 items, and that's through Monday. And the code is at the top of the page. Nina said the brushes will only be available with, oh, Mike, pull that back up. Will only be available with for 24 hours. Then they'll be released. Okay, I'll explain that in a moment. So they also have can you show the next image?
Yeah, somebody said typo. Let me see. What?
Then they've had this sale going on for a while, but included in this Inkblend sale are their color brushes that they came out with a long time ago. I think those are 40% off. And then you can see there is a grip mat there that is on sale 40% off. I'll talk about that in a little bit. There's a code for that. All of this is on that page. Then there's the grab bag event. So you can see there are 6 different grab bag options. You can only buy one of each because there might be crossover if you buy 2. So there are different grab bags. The best value one is the the paper one. I think that's the first one in the top left there. But there are lots of different grab bags here. So like one of the grab bags will be stamps and dies, and you know, you'll get a different mix of things. Nina, can you stack codes? I think you can, just to make sure. And then I will be focusing on the sketched flowers grab bag today because it is unbelievable value. So I'll talk about that. All right, can you switch?
Okay, what do you want to go to?
Next one, I don't care.
The rest of these.
Okay, so for my code, or for all of you, my friends, you get 15% off those grab bags. And that is for 24 hours only. It ends tomorrow at this time. So 4 p.m. Eastern. So you use the code JMInc and you get 15% off those codes, or those grab bags, okay? The next one. And you get 15% off these new Rainbow Pack shader brushes. Yes, you can combine your codes, okay? So she has all those sales and codes that are going on. It's at the top of that page that I'll put into the chat again. I'm sure Brianne will be too. And the thing with these brushes is these aren't out yet. She is only putting them live from now until tomorrow at 4 for you guys. For you guys to go buy them before they're available on the 5th of December. So you're getting early access and you're saving 15% off because Nina is that generous. And I have to say, Nina was one of the others who really worked hard to help me kind of understand. Oh, it's not supposed to be 9:30. We didn't change that image. Sorry, it's 11:30. Yeah, that's a typo. There's a typo that said September. It's supposed to be November. So this is through tomorrow. So for the next 24 hours. That was my fault.
Okay, there's the video. I have not watched this, so hopefully she has got good language.
Oh, okay. We have a video from Nina. Is it long?
Hello everyone, this is Nina with Waffle Flower. Our new shader brush wand in rainbow packs are now available for 24 hours in waffleflower.com. With Jennifer's code JMInc, you'll get 15% off this brand new product. Plus, all the grab bag bundles will be 15% off with Jennifer's code JMInc. Thank you for all the support in the past year. We look forward to share our December release on December 5th.
Okay, there you are.
Is it done?
Yep.
Okay, I couldn't hear it. Thank you, Nina. Isn't she cute? She's such a big heart. She's great. So that's Nina. Okay. All right, now let me tell you more about all this stuff, okay? Remember, you can go to the top of that, the page that I keep linking in the chat, and at the top will be my exclusive code information. And you keep scrolling down, there will be the other sales that Waffle Flower has, and if you keep scrolling down even more, you'll see thumbnails that are links to all the things I'm talking about, okay? Just remember to use my code if you want to get the 15% off the grab bags and the brushes. Let me show you the brushes first because everybody's curious about this. So if you have watched my previous videos, one of the brushes that I recommended because they're cost effective and good for storage space are the Waffle Flower. I've already put mine away. The Waffle Flower double-ended blending brushes. I've always said that they were a great value. She had put them on sale in the past. They've sold out now, and they used to have a white handle. Now they're the rainbow ones, and I'm really excited about it. So there are these two options here. So there are these are shader one. These are brushes. Let me show you. Woo! They're so pretty. I've got mine out too, and you can see. I couldn't show. You guys, I'm sorry. I didn't have the right button. I told you there will be hiccups, and the later it gets in the day, the more weird things I'll probably end up doing. Grace. Okay, so the nice thing about these is very soft, and they're not really rounded. You can see they're angled, but they're smooth. So I find they do a great job blending. I have used the white version. What's wrong?
Nothing more time.
I've used the white version of these that they used to have a lot in my videos. Well, now look at, they have the rainbow ones. And I think they're a great price point. And you get 15% off today. So I really like that they're double-ended, because you could do like one end is like, for this you could do one end is peach and one end is red. Or, you know, like one end is like a mossy color, one end's like a Kelly color. But what I recommend doing is one side be for all your dark green inks and one side for your light green inks. Or if you, so you don't have to have as many brushes. Or you can do, if you just need more colors, you can do whatever you want with them. But it's nice to have the two ends. If you prefer to only have one-ended, there are the shader brushes that just have the one end. So they're the same thing, but not dual-ended. Isn't that fun? So those are the two options available. Her brushes are super soft. And I like that they're angled a bit, so they're great for kind of shading in, but it's also rounded, so there's no harsh lines. Does that make sense? I don't know if 𝐀𝐅𝐓𝐄𝐑𝐍𝐎𝐎𝐍 is here anymore. I know she has these too, and we both were talking about how much we love them. Hi, Heather. Okay, so Melanie, you're asking about how these would compare to something with flat. The flat ones, okay, how do I describe this? I prefer when the bristles aren't super long, when it's a small brush. I find the shorter bristles are better, and you can see because of how this is, it's kind of flat along here, but rounded on the edges. Does that make sense? So these work really well. If you're not released yet, how do you put them in your cart? So Larissa asked, if these aren't released yet, how do you put them in your cart? She is putting them on the website from now till tomorrow at the same time, so that you can use your 15% off code, and then they go away from the website until next week when she releases them at regular price. Okay, yeah, you can, Sherry there said she loves the shader brushes. They really are great brushes, and I've used them many times in videos. I really like them. I couldn't show these in my Crafty gift guide on Monday because they weren't out yet. So I couldn't show them. I wasn't gonna break rules. I wasn't gonna ruin the surprise.
Somebody asked how you order these. I think they got them. I think Brianne.
Yeah, they should be linked. Yeah, no harsh lines. That's, Lisa, you're right. You just won a prize too. That's, you don't get a harsh line with them. They work really well. So I will put the Waffle Flower information page. Keep scrolling down below all of the sale info and deals. And at the bottom, you will see thumbnails. And at the top of those thumbnail pictures, you'll see the two different brush options. Okay? They are not coming up on the website. Hang on. Yeah, if you click them, you go through my links. I think you might have to go through my links to see them.
Yeah, they are on the BF Waffle page.
Okay. Okay, Elizabeth just added the link to the double-ended ones. Thank you, Elizabeth. Okay, so the code for Waffle Flower it's at the top of that page. It is JMINK, JM Inc. Okay. All right, isn't that fun? Okay, so I'm going to use them, so you'll see. Now I wanted to show you about storage for these because I know people are going to ask. And there are two options. If you get the single-ended one, this narrow brush organization, which is on that page, yeah, Nina said you got to use my link to get to them. Okay, if you go to the page and scroll down, yeah, this is called the narrow brush organizer. It's just a pencil holder, I think I found on Amazon, and these fit very nicely in it. Now, honestly, I would only use this one. I mean, it looks like it was made for it. I would only use this one with the single-ended because it fits just perfect and it slides right in. If you take one of these, the double-ended, sometimes the bristles get stuck on the sides and I don't want to damage the bristles. It's too tight of a fit. Does that make sense? It just makes it too hard. So if you're getting the single-ended, this narrow organizer that I have on my list is a good option. Thank you for the super chat. Now for the others, what I'm using is the same storage I use for my other brushes. I've linked to this many times. It's a lip gloss organizer, and I can put my double-ended brushes in there. I did put little felt pieces in there just so it's soft on the little bristles, but you don't have to put that there. I talk about these ink or blending brush holders in my Crafty gift guide. I show several different options, different price points too. I would check that out. This container that I use the most happens to cost more than the others, but it had the most slots of all the ones I could find. And for me, that was a benefit. There's 27 spots, so you could put a lot of different brushes in here. But if you go on Amazon and search on lip gloss organizers, there'll be lots of options, okay? Yeah, the little felt circles, I just ordered little felt circles. I linked to all that in my Crafty gift guide. Yes, on the Waffle Flower site, a lot of the products are regular price. You need to go to the Black Friday section to see all the stuff that's 25% off. And you can use more than one code.
I'm putting a link in that goes to just the 3 items on one page at Waffle Flower.
Oh, okay. Where did you put it?
In chat.
Okay, Mike just put in the chat the 3 things that you get 15% off of over at Waffle Flower with my code. And that is the 2 different brush sets and then all the grab bags. The grab bag page, notice there's like a drop down menu and you can choose which of the grab bags you want. I'm going to be featuring the Sketched Flowers grab bag today. Okay, so that's what I'm going to use these brushes, so you'll see them in action. You'll see they're great. And we're going to do some Sketched Flower action if I can pull myself together here. Un momento while I get my act together. I got to find all the things. I have several examples to share for this because I thought they were fun. Now, let me pull up I think there's another Waffle Flower tray, Mike. Oh, here it is. It's under here. Okay, so let me just, before I start creating, let me mention something else. Running out. Oh, the bigger ones are over there. You can bring them here. I'll show them. I wanted to mention something that is on sale. If you have watched my videos using Waffle Flower, you know I'm a big fan of the postage die collection she has, because she has this postage collage die for A2 cards, for A6 cards, and A7 cards, and mini slimline. So different size options. And then she has stencils that line up to do different patterns. Or you can use it with your own other products. I use this with the big flower stamp set. Here I used a layering stencil set. Just many ways you can use these. I'm not going to go through all the different options for, is something burning? Or is my husband starting to cook? I just smell something. Okay, he's cooking. I just smell something. He's doing whole chickens and he cooks at really high temperature at the beginning. Anyways, so the postage collage collection a lot of it's in that 25% off category today, okay? And that sale is, I don't know when that ends. Let me see. The 25% off category is through Monday. But if you look at if you go to the page for All About Waffle Flower, scroll to the bottom, there's thumbnails. And one of those thumbnails says all Waffle Flower postage products. So you can see them all there. And if you use the code 25%, I think it's off most of it, okay? All right, so these are just examples from videos I've done in the past. And the videos for these I have linked at the bottom of that page too. Yeah, the postage is great. And there are so many different ones. I keep them all together in a container. I just wanted to mention that. I'm not going to do postage today. Now this is one of the giveaways I'm going to do. These are the original brushes that Waffle Flower came up with a long time ago. And they are that rainbow of color too. They're handled brushes. And the rainbow matches nicely with the new ones, okay? Now these, I believe, are in the Waffle Flower sale. That is, if you use the code INKBLEND, these are 40% off, okay? I don't know if they have any more in stock. It's all of that information is over on the information page for the Waffle Flower Black Friday. I just wanted to mention this, and we're gonna give these away later. Okay, so now let me show you what I'm gonna use. I kind of went overboard here. So there are sketched flower bundles. Did I give you any images of those? Let me look.
There you gave me, yes, you did.
Okay, put up the pink background one.
This one?
No, pink background. There you go. Okay, so this is one of the grab bags that I wanted to focus on today. I think it's really good. It is the sketched flower grab bag. So you get 3 bundles, random sketch flower bundles, and it's only $49.99. Okay, and with my code, you get another 15% off that. So what is in a sketched flower bundle? Some of the bundles are a stamp set, a die set, and a stencil set. And some are a stamp set, a hot foil plate, a die set, and a stencil set. So there's a lot in these bundles, and you get 3 different flowers in one of these grab bags. So 3 different flower bundles in one grab bag. Isn't it amazing? It is a lot of information, but I put those pages together so you can go back and look at them later on. I considered spreading this out over a few days, but then things would sell out. So I just decided to put it all in one day. I know it's a lot. Okay, so I'm going to show you some of the sketched flower bundles. So if you get a grab bag, you aren't going to be sure which of the sketched flower bundles you'll get. Chances are, she said, you'll get the poinsettia, which I'm going to use today. I'm going to show you what some of the others are that you might get. Now, some of these are also in the 25% off category, so you could just buy them. What am I buying today, Barbara? I don't know. I can't do it until 10 o'clock tonight. I can't do any shopping till 10 o'clock tonight. Lila showed me some things she wants me to get. Okay, let's come back to here. Okay, so let me show you some of the stylized bundles, okay? So this is the sketched hawthorn. And I like that these are kind of bold flowers. It's different than other things I have. There's a stamp set in this bundle. There's a stamp set, stencils to color it in, and a hot foil plate, and a die. So if you don't have a hot foil plate or a glimmer machine, you don't have to use this, but you can also make an impression with it using an embossing mat. But so all of these coordinate together. And I will show you an example with that, and I guess I'll show it to you now. So what I did here, this is one that I did off screen, and if I have time, I'll show you how. I stamped the flower with black ink. You could use the foil if you wanted to. I stamped it with black ink onto like a light blue cardstock. Then I used the stencils. There are 2 stencils, but there are different sections of the stencil that they're all labeled. It even tells you that this part here you do with the darker shades. This part here you do with the lighter shades. It tells you right on there. There's etching on it that you can see. So I used these to color with some blues in pool colors, and then I did greens for the leaves. Very easy. I like the style of it. It's very different. All right, so I used, I didn't even use the die for this. I just did it right on to pool cardstock. Then I did something that I love to do. I added texture to it. And one of the best ways to add texture is with a piercing plate. You can see my ink's on there. I need to clean it. This is, what is this called? Let me look at my list. Hang on. This is the pierced something. Where is it? There it is, the piercing panel die. So this is the piercing panel die. It cuts a 4 1/4 by 5.5 inch piece, and it does a piercing, bunch of tiny little piercing all over, except this little flat edge around the outside. So I did that over my stamping and stenciling, and makes it look like fabric, doesn't it? It looks kind of like cross stitch. This is an older die that I've used a lot of times for adding that texture. Now you could use a thin needle and thread and stitch on here, but I like it for just adding that fun little pinpoint texture. So if you have any kind of piercing dies, you can do that. The code for the postage, if you go, what I recommend doing is going to the Waffle Flower page, Black Friday page, where their collection of Black Friday stuff. It's over 800 items, and scroll through there. I think most of the postage stuff that they have on sale is right on the first and second page, I believe. And those are the ones that you'll get 25% off with the code
BFCM24.
BFCM24. I can't recommend enough to go to the page that I keep putting in the chat, because if you go to that page, at the top will be all the sales info with the codes and links and all of that. And you keep scrolling down, you'll see all the different sale options, and then at the bottom are thumbnails for all the things I'm talking about. I spent a lot of time pulling that together. There really is no easy way to organize all this stuff for you guys. I know it's a lot, but I really try to organize it. And you know, after you're done watching, you'll be able to go back and find this. All right.
Stop posting links. Brienne always beats me, and then we just got 2.
Yeah, Brienne's fast. All right, so that's how I did this one. And I just thought this is the one of the sketch flower bundles. And you get 3 bundles of 3 different flowers in the sketch flower grab bag, which is only $49.99. And then you get 15% off with my code. Barbara, if Nina's here, I can ask her to talk more about the grab bags and what the different thing is. They are just a mix of products. Let me see if I can. Yeah, they are a mix of products. If you go to the grab bags page, you'll see there is, for $10, there are paper pads. There is also a grab bag for embellishments. There's a grab bag for stencils, a grab bag for the sketch flower bundles, a grab bag for just dies, a grab bag for stamps and dies. And then there is one that's called a I Want It All, which is a grab bag of all of those things. Okay?
Someone asked if the brushes fit in the holder you showed earlier. Is that the bigger one?
Yeah, I just showed, if you rewind.
Bigger brushes. I don't know that. Okay.
Yeah, I showed it a few minutes ago. You can find it. And it's all in those thumbnails. I'm trying to share. It's a lot to share. Yeah, you can, if you click on it, it'll tell you if it's available. Yeah, the sketch flowers is still available. It looks like the embellishments is out and the stencils is out, but the others are available. No, paper's out, but it looks like the Want It All is still available. Okay. All right, so that is one of the sketch bundles. There's a bunch of different sketch bundles. Let me show you another one. Now this one I haven't done anything with, but I thought I'd show it to you, just so you can see the different options there are. I do have more cards, so just hang with me here. This is the Sketch Marigold. So in this bundle, that might be in one of those grab bags, there's a stamp set, the coloring stencils, and the die. Isn't that great? Yes, you can use more than one code. Yep. And I just love the kind of simplicity of the images, and then the way the stencils colored in just gives it a really cool look. So that one is the Sketch Marigold. I have too many trays here. Let me see what else I got here. I'll show you a few others. This is one of my favorites. I didn't get a chance to use it, but this is the Poppy. So this is the Sketch Poppy. So there's a stamp set, coordinating stencils, and dies. Now some of these are available outside of that grab bag. You would find it in the Black Friday section where you would get 25% off. So this is the Poppy, and isn't this the style of it fun? Really easy to line up with the stencils too. This one is the Carnation. This has the stamp set, this die, the hot foil plate, and the stencil. So some of the sketch flower bundles that are in the grab bag will have a foil plate too. It's just my ring. Now, I'll tell you, the postage dies, the way to find out what postage die stuff is on sale is to go to their Black Friday collection. I'll link the page, find the Black Friday image, and click it. All right, let me see if I can. I'm going to click that Black Friday image, and it'll take you to all of the things that are on sale 25% off. And if you scroll down a bit, you'll be able to see there are some postage things in there. I looked through it last night, and there were postage things in there. I can't imagine they've already sold out, but if Nina's here, maybe she can tell me.
Waffle Flower is here.
Okay, Nina, if you're here, are any of the posted projects still available on 25% off? Because some of them were there. I will tell you something else that is on sale that's worth checking out here in a moment. Oh, that, by the way, that piercing panel die, that is on sale for 25% off. Oh, the postage dies begin at page 13. I wonder, wow, let's see, sort by, let's do new to old. Ah, maybe that's good. You know what, I find if you change on that Black Friday page, if you change how to sort, if you change it to new to old, you'll see a lot of the stylized flowers at the front. Oh, sort by, there you go. Bonnie said you can sort by alphabet, Z to A, and you find the postage stuff will all be together. So look for postage. Yeah, it's the 25% will not be off the postage bundle. It's just some individual postage stuff. Nina said something. Can you scroll back? Trying to figure out the postage for you. No, it's Waffle Flower's account.
Oh, yeah. Oh, crud.
Hang on. Just a second. She said, postage collage up to March release of this year are on sale. So a lot of the earlier ones, but that's the basic postage die, right? So that'll be included in there. You just got to find it in the 25% off section. Okay, let me show you some more of these. And then I'm actually gonna do some stenciling. Do. Hang on, please. I got two I want to show you. But first, I want to make sure that this is still available. Hang on. Sometimes I got to stop and find stuff so I can share with you the right information. I can't remember everything off the top of my head. Where is? Did I not put it in there? Okay, yes, it's there. Okay. Nina, if you're here, is this mat still available at 40% off? Let me know if that's still available at 40% off. You know what, I can try it. Let me add this to my cart because I don't want to tell you guys wrong. Sorry about this. I put that in my cart and do ink blend. Just a second here. Yes, okay. Here is a little tip for you. If you want to get a grip mat for inside of your Misty, I use the Waffle Flower grip mat. This is 6.5 by 8.5 and is sized just to fit inside the Misty. I mean, it's perfect fit in there, right?
They said yes.
Okay. So this one is 6.5 inches wide. If you want to save some money, she has one that is the same height, so it'd fill up this way, but it's just a little narrow. It's 5.5, so it would stop right here. So it'd fill most of the Misty. This one's 40% off, okay? I have it linked below. It's the 5.5 by 8.5. Elizabeth just put it in the chat. 5.5 by 8.5, and use the code InkBlend and you'll get 40% off this at, in the cart. Nina's working on something. I don't know what she's working on there. I think I might have confused everyone saying some of the postage stuff is for sale. By the way, they sell the grip mat like this. It comes with the grid too, in a lot of different sizes. There's a size that fits your mini Misty. There is a size that fits your original Misty. Then there are other sizes that work in the craft room. Does that make sense? All right, let me check one more thing, and then I want a stencil.
I think she was looking at it as UPS for Canada.
Oh, she's looking at Canada shipping. I am sorry for all the
UPS.
trouble.
Yeah, they're having some strikes there, apparently.
Mike, can you? Oh no. Nina, I've got another question for you. Is the 6.5 by 8.5 on sale 25% off or no? Let me know about that. Okay, there we go. Oh, there was something for Kathy too. I didn't see that. Okay, so this little narrow option, it would just come to right here. Works great in the Misty still, and this is 40% off. You put this one in your cart, it's the 5.5 by 8.5, and use the code InkBlend. Yes, I agree, the grip mat in the Misty, and you can take it out and use it for stenciling and inking, okay? Now let's create. I will say there are a lot of great products that are on sale. You go to, I think, the second page of checkout, and you'll see a place to use the code. I mean, she has foil plates that do foil sentiments and a coordinating die that cuts them all out. She's got word dies. All of this is in the Black Friday 25% off collection. There's 800 products in there. I encourage you tonight to go through those. That sale doesn't end until Monday. Okay, so the original this size that is 6.5 by 8.5 is not on sale, but the one that's a little narrow at 5.5 by 8.5 is 40% off. It's a good way to save a little money. Okay. Let me see. Do you have to take both sides to make? So this one has both sides of the clear protective removed, so it sticks in your Misty. Another option you can do is what I have in this Misty, which is I put the grid on the back so it's not sticky on the back, so I can take this one in and out, but the front is sticky. Highly recommend this if you have a Misty. Highly recommend it. Yeah, the postage stuff is fun. You know, if you want to see if something's on sale, put it in your cart, use the code, and if it shows up the discount, that's one of the ways you know. Now let me show you this. This is the, let me see if I can find it. Oh, so much stuff. So much stuff. This is the Poinsettia Flower Sketch Bundle. Poinsettia. What do you want me to say? Poinsettia? I thought it was poinsettia. I don't know. I thought somebody corrected me once. All right.
Just got told.
By me, yeah. Okay, so this is the sketched poinsettia stamp set, and there is the layering stencils and the die. So these are available to buy, I think, at 25% off, but you also will likely get this bundle in that grab bag, and that grab bag is phenomenal. There would be 3 flower bundles, one of the different flower bundles. There's a bunch, I showed you some. You would get 3 flower bundles in that grab bag for $49.99, and you get 15% off that with my code. It's just a good way to save on some really easy to use products. So, I wanted to show you, you can use your, leave your sticky mat, your grip mat in your Misty. This is the Waffle Flower grip mat, and use that.
Poinsettia.
Poinsettia. I'm right.
Poinsettia.
He's checking the internet.
That's what Google says.
That's what Google says. So I stamped the poinsettia in black on white cardstock, and then I used the coordinating die to cut it out. I think Nina said almost all of these, or almost all of the grab bags would have this bundle in it. I think it's beautiful. So I wanted to make sure to use it. So you'll see how easy these are to line up. So I like to die cut first. I don't know. I figure I would more likely mess up with that. So let's use the brushes. Oh, both ways of pronouncing are correct, Lila. We're both right. How's that? She's okay with that. Okay. I'm going to use one of my brushes here. Remember, these brushes are brand new. You can use that little angle to your advantage. These are brand new from Waffle Flower. A good way to use them is to kind of drag them in from the side too, or you can swirl. So there's a few ways to do it. I think I used the wrong ink to stamp this. It doesn't want to, it's kind of bleeding. Some of the black ink is bleeding, but that's okay. So these you can swirl or you can shade, which you kind of pull in, totally up to you. I am using Q Art's Pale Tomato, which is one of my favorite like light red colors, and doing some shading. So you can do these in so many different ways. When you come in with the darker color, you'll see how the shading, why they're called a shader brush and really good for it. How are the questions? I know I'm not getting to answer many questions today, but there's so many things to share. Is everybody talking about the pronunciation? Mm-hmm. So I wanted to do a light amount of the Pale Tomato because I'm going to do like high contrast where it'll be dark at the center. So I'm just kind of pulling some of that color from the center. How to use two different codes when checking out. My guess is you put one in and apply it and then put the next one in and apply it. That's my guess. Okay, so this is cherry. You can use whatever inks you want. Now this time I'm going to start from the center and kind of pull out. I think I want to go darker.
I want to know how long the double shaders are. So let's say
I'm going to switch to cranberry.
4 3/4 inches.
4 3/4 inches.
For the double.
There we go. Now we got some shading. Look at that. So you can kind of go into those areas and pull some darker color out. So I think you can just type in one code and hit apply and then type the next. All right. So this again is the winter poinsettia, and it is the sketched flower poinsettia, and I'm using the coordinating. Oh, that's so pretty. So fun. Okay, so that is the base of the flower petals. I'm going to switch up here, move it to the next spot, and here I will do the base of the leaves and the stem.
Is the regular size on the
Okay, so this stamp mat, or grip mat, this size is not on sale, but the size that's a little bit shorter, this one's 6.5 inches wide. The one that's 5.5 inches wide is on sale 40% off with the ink blend code.
Is that the mini? Is that what's considered?
No, it's not the mini. I will put a link right now in the chat. All right, so hold on. This link, Mike, you might want to, I'll text it to you too. You might want to share that a few times. I just put in the chat a link to the 5.5 by 8.5 inch grip mat. So it's a little bit shorter than this. Doesn't go all the way to the edge here. That works in the original Misty. It's just a little narrow. It happens to be 40% off with the code InkBlend. So I put that in the chat, okay? So that's the one that's on sale. It's 5.5 by 8.5 inches. Sorry to confuse with that. I don't know what's gonna confuse when. You never know. You never know. All right, so this is Fresh Lawn. All right, so I'm gonna do, again, leave this little bit of a white highlight more towards the tip. I think that's a great way to kind of, I don't know, kind of make it look like there's a little bit, that's weird. Did you see that? That's a great way to give the look of highlights by leaving a little bit of like a really light tip, almost white. So you can use these brushes in a few ways. So notice that the grip mat is holding my stencil in place. See how it kind of suctions on, so it's not going to move. And my paper's not moving either. Put that with the other stencils where the stencils go to stay inky for a while. Here's the next one. We line this up. So let's line that up. Now this one I should really go dark here. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to pull in like a plum color. What? All right, so let's do like a plum color. I'll do this here. I think a plum would be fun, just to do that on top of the reds. Yes. Oh, good. Diane said it was easy to order and use the codes. Where can you get? Somebody asked where you can get the Misty on sale. My guess is Simon Says Stamp probably has it, and they have 20% off today. I also know that My Sweet Petunia, the inventor of the Misty, she has 20% off and then 25% off the black version of the Misty, which is what I usually use. Sometimes I use this version. Oh, isn't that fun? And then also, you can go to my sales page and find those links. Mike, can you share my sales page? Mike will share that in the comments. So I'll move this down. Oh, I forgot to do the center of my flower. That stencil is long gone now. Coming in with a darker pine for the second one. Oh, Tailored Expression too? Yeah, Georgia. So the Misty, you can get it at a few places. I'm guessing Simon Says Stamp will have it. They have 20% off site-wide, so you can check there. You can also check Tailored Expressions, and then just go straight to My Sweet Petunia. They'll have a sale where you can get 20% off any color of Misty, or you can get 25% off the black version. And I put the stencil away. I put the stencil away, so I'm just coloring this in with a marker. And then there is this last stencil that does little dots on here. You know what? I think I might add gems later, but let's go ahead and do this. Let's add some caramel. So these are the double-ended new rainbow blending brushes. And if you just came in, these double-ended brushes are new. You can only get them from now until 4 p.m. tomorrow on the Waffle Flower site using my link. And you get 15% off of it. And then they go away until next week, where they will be available again, but not on sale. All right, so let me give you the page for that one more time. So there you go. Okay, so let's put this aside. There I did my poinsettia. Isn't that pretty? I just like how if you want to get into coloring stencils, these are really, really easy to use and they're affordable. Okay, and by the way, look at the die set. This has the dies to cut out those words too. I know this set is in the 25% off category, but again, check out the Sketched Floral Bundle. The code is JM Ink with a K. Ink like as in stamping ink, not INC. Now here is another one that I made, and I wanted to show you this. This I did, instead of black, I did gold glitter embossing powder, and I did softer colors. All right, I wanted it on this black cardstock piece, but I didn't want a white trim to show around in here. So let me just show you a little hack. I haven't done this in a long time. Let me just show you a little hack that I like to do. Yeah. All right, so I can glue this onto a black rectangle here. Glue that down like that. Now, see, I don't want that white trim. So a little trick that I like to do, and I don't know where I put it. We're getting to that stage. I think at break time I'll be cleaning. Here it is. what I like to do is take a black marker, it can be a Copic or whatever, and anywhere there's black behind my die cut, I'll put black over that white outline. So it makes the white outline disappear. So if you wanted to put it on navy cardstock, you could use a navy marker here, but black just makes it easy. If you don't have a black Copic marker, you can use a black Sharpie. You can use any kind of black. And so I will just color over the white up to the edge. See, right up to that edge of the black cardstock, so that these little bits that are hanging over on the white have the white outline. So it's black outlined here, and then it stops, so its white outline is hanging out over the edge of the white card. Does that make sense? So this is a really easy way. I feel like when you make that white trim go away, it makes these colors pop even more on this black background. Okay, so that's a little trick for you. There are a lot of variations of this, but this I find the easiest, especially on black. There's something about these bold colors on black, and by removing that white, see how that just, the greens pop there? So it's just a little trick from you. All right. So this is the sketched poinsettia, and you can buy these individually in the 25% off section, or you can go get the grab bag, which you get an additional 15% off, and you get 3 different flower bundles for $49 plus 15% off. So it's very much worth it. So let me just give you a close-up. So you can see how I colored the black, the edges of that die cut with black to make that white trim disappear, but I kept the white trim when the white cardstock's behind it. All right, and I used gold glitter embossing here. On this one, I just did black. That gives a different look too. This is much softer. All right, so that is one. What time is it? Let me show one more thing. All right, this is the iris. The sketched iris, or no, violet. No, which is it? This says sketched iris. This says sketched violet. Did I use the, do those go together? They look like they go together. Did I get some mixed up? I might have gotten something mixed up.
Well, both are on the list.
Both are on the list, but I don't know which I'm using. Yeah. So I think it's, I don't know if it's the iris. I think it's the iris. I think that should say iris. I think. Okay, so this is, I thought this was pretty. So what I did here, so this is the sketched iris. I used the hot foil plate and foiled it in gold, all right, on white cardstock. Before I forget, these are the frames that I used. I didn't show that earlier too. This is the nesting rectangle frame die set. I do believe this set is on sale. And these are great for an A2 card. She also has them in other sizes, like for 5x7 cards. But I took one of these frames, and that's how I created that nice frame on both of these, is from this die set. This is one that I keep on my magnetic, magnetic surface inside my cabinet door, because I really like them. And it just like kind of pulls it in. All right. Yeah, it's like an iridescent gold foil. It's called Aura from the Spellbinders Glimmer. I did all the foiling for this ahead of time to save time. So did I create one? Let me just show you what I did. Now with these, the nice thing is I used the shader brushes, and I just pulled in yellow ink from the top over the stencil, and then I pulled in purple from the bottom, and I just let those cross over each other, put a little pink in the middle too. So even though this is one big opening, you can do multiple colors over it to give more interest to it. So you can do purple at the base, and then do like a peachy pink in the middle, and then yellow at the tips. And that's really easy to do with the double-ended shader brushes, or even the single-ended, because of the shading tip. You can just pull color in. So let me show you. Let me just show you real quick. I don't have this foiled again, but the way I would do it, the way I did it, let me just show you briefly. Doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. Is you can pull yellow in with these. So like right from the top, see how you can pull a little bit of yellow in? And that will give you just that bit of color at the tip. You can do that with other brushes, but you can see how with the shader brush, it's easy to kind of pull color like that. All right, so this is the sketched iris. I haven't finished a card for it. I just wanted to show you a few of them, but I do have the poinsettia card, which I don't know where I put it again. Things run away. They just run away. There we go. All right, so again, I will put the page, the Black Friday Waffle Flower page. At the top of the page is the exclusive offer, which is 15% off the new brushes. Again, this is just till 4 p.m. tomorrow. These are colored brushes, the rainbow set. Here, you know what's easier? Let me pull those other ones. The rainbow set of brushes. She is putting them online early, just till 4 o'clock tomorrow for you all, and it's 15% off for you all. Then at 4 p.m. tomorrow, they go away, and they aren't available again until like December 5th, and they won't be on sale. So I just wanted to mention that. I think these shader brushes are great, especially the double-ended. I think that's a really good way to have more options. So the other thing that you can do is you can get, and that code is JMINK. Another thing you can do is check out the grab bags. And if you use the code JMINK, you can get 15% off the grab bags, which are a great value. So these flowers, there is a sketch flower grab bag that has 3 different bundles of 3 different flowers. And you can do some of these techniques, like where we did the piercing over it, or where we trace the outside with black. Oh, by the way, this card I showed you earlier, this is another one of the sketched flower bundles. This is the Sweet Pea, but I did the postage die cut. I put the postage stencil over it, and then I inked and stamped the Sweet Pea in, so you get that look. All right. Hold on, I'm just looking. If you go to, folks said to find the postage stamps stuff, the postage stuff that's on sale, go to the Black Friday sales section on Waffle Flower's website. And then at the top, there is a drop-down menu where you can sort by new to old or whatever. Folks are saying if you search by alphabetical and then go to the P section, you can find the postage. Yeah, White Squirrel, there is a lot of postage stuff. And I know it's confusing here because I'm not covering it today. What I recommend doing is going to my website and searching on postage, and lots of videos will come up. So here's the thing, Waffle Flower has postage collage die that creates like this look. Oh, this look for an A2 card. They have it for a 5x7 card. They have it for A6 card and for a mini slimline. And I think they have a slimline too. So it depends on the sizes you want. I like the A2 because they also have stencils that line up with them so that you can create little scenes on each of the postage stamps. So this was created with the same die, I just cut the stamps apart. Then there's those theme stencils that line up. There are the stamps that give you like these postage images. There's so many things that go in it. Libby said what I recommend is buying all the postage. So basically what Nina said is a lot of the postage stuff is on sale. Anything that came out before March will be on sale. But the best thing that you can do is go to the Black Friday sales section and just search until you see the postage collage. Okay? We're trying our best. The sticky matte size for the Mini Misty, I don't know if I can find that real quick. Oh, it looks like Nina sells these. The inside of the Mini Misty is, so the inside of the Mini Misty is 6 by 4 3/4. So whatever grip mat size is close to that. Okay? And if you want to check and see if any product you like is 25% off, you can just put it in your cart, use the code, and see if it knocks the price down in the cart. All right. Okay, so that is Waffle Flower. I know it's a lot. I warned you at the beginning of the day it would be a lot, but this was the best way to get all the information to you. And there's just so much goodness to share. So one last time, I will put in the chat the link to the Waffle Flower page where it gives all the information about their sale. And if you scroll down, oh, yes, Nina said for Mini Misty, it's the 4 3/4 by 6 inch side grip mat. Okay? I know it's a lot. I really tried to pull it all together the best I could. You can look over it tonight and just do the best you can to find what you're looking for. Okay? All right. We need to do a giveaway.
Yes, you do.
So we have, what?
Can I
Yes. I have several giveaways.
I think my green.
Okay. So let's see how many giveaways we got. First up, I'm going to give away these blending brushes. If you, you can get these at Waffle Flower now at 40% off if you use the code INKBLEND. Okay, and you can use more than one code. The other thing I'm giving away is that 5.5 by 8.5 size. It's a little narrow for the Misty, but it still works great. And this is 40% off with the code INKBLEND too. So one person gets that, one person gets that, and the other person gets 2 of the flower bundles, of the sketched floral bundles. One of them is the marigold, which is the die, the stencil, and the stamp set. The next one is the sketched rose, which is a stamp set, stencils, die, and hot foil plate. Okay, so there are the 3 giveaways. I'm going to get the hiccups. Give us a name. Hmm?
Oh.
Who's the first winner?
Hold
on.
Tammy Davis.
Tammy Davis. You win the brushes. So please email me at Jennifer McGuire Inc. Or I'm sorry, at help@jennifermcguireinc.com, or email me through my website and give me your address to get that.
All right, pick another one.
Then the next person gets the grip mat.
I was slower than Mike is.
Diana Taylor.
Diana Taylor. Email me through my website. Hi, Beth. It's good to see you. It is happy hour time. I will be having a happy hour beverage at the 7 o'clock hour if you would like to join me.
7 o'clock? I thought it was 5 o'clock.
Well, no, I get a break. It doesn't matter. All right, so then the last person who gets all of these 2 sketch flower giveaways.
JB.
J-A-Y-B-E-E.
J-A-Y-B-E-E. So JB, you get these. So those are the 3 giveaways for this hour. So let me give those to Mike. There, give it to Lila. All right, so now I have to switch out my product. Give me a moment. We have, just so you know what's coming up, this next one I'm really excited about. It'll be fun.
Which one is it? Who is it?
Simon. The next hour is Simon Says Stamp, and then we get a dinner break. I feel like I just ate. What the heck?
Yeah.
So let me just give you a little reminder, okay, before I switch to Simon. Simon's fun because I'm going to demo a really cool technique. Just a little reminder, if you are new here, or if you are just, there's a lot of information, look at the YouTube description below this video. Right at the top line of the YouTube description, there is a link, and it has 3 stars around it. It has little stars around it. That link, it has the letters BF in it. That link, if you click it, takes you to the main Black Friday Live page. On there is my schedule. And on the schedule, like where it says Waffle Flower, at this hour, if you click the words Waffle Flower, it takes you to the Black Friday page for Waffle Flower that I put together with the exclusive giveaways, freebies, and deals, okay? So all of it is there. So when you click on the company name on that main one, it takes you to their page all about them. If you keep scrolling, there's links on the bottom to the things that I talked about. Does that make sense? I'm hoping that makes sense. Hoping. So some of these deals that are exclusive will end soon, like like today. That's just what the companies offered or were able to do. Some go through Monday. You just got to look at each one. The rainbow brushes, if you look at the link I just put in the chat, it's right at the top of that page, are the rainbow brushes. And those you can only get until 4 p.m. tomorrow with the code JMInc. You get 15% off. Okay, so now it is Simon Says Stamp time, and I see lots of my Simon friends here. Can you get the Simon tray? This one's gonna be fun because I'm getting a little loopy, and this one is one where I play and hope it works. Susan and Beth Opal are here. They both work at Simon, and two of the most fun people to hang out with and pray with. Okay, Mindy's here, hi, and Heather. Welcome everyone, welcome, I'm glad you're here. Heidi was here earlier. I think she is hosting a big Thanksgiving dinner, so I wouldn't expect her to stop by, but she was here early, first thing in the day. Okay, so it's Simon Says Stamp time. So let me get the Simon Says Stamp page put in the chat. Now, Simon, because of the sale that they're having today, Mike, I'll need images. There's nothing exclusive for me. However, the sales that they have going on are amazing on their own, okay? So the first, Mike's gonna put it up. You can put up the big one. Oh, I did?
Yeah.
Really?
Here's that one.
So Simon is giving, really?
Yeah.
Oh, can you go get the others and share them in a minute? Simon has 20% off site-wide. This is an outstanding sale because the nice thing about Simon is they carry all the products, right? So all the companies that I've used today, you can get at Simon also. So you can think about that, like the fuse that I talked about with Gina, you can go, she sold out. So go to Simon and you can get it 20% off there. All right. So that's 20% off site-wide. This is the sale to wait for all year. This only happens once a year. Now the code for this is through tonight only, tonight at midnight Eastern time. Is that right? Yes. And you use the code SVE24. Love their site. This is where I'll be going when I have my beer later on after we're done here. It's not a wine day. It's definitely a beer day. Okay, Mike is also pulling up the two other offers that they have. Or yeah. Can you share the free stamp set? There is a free stamp set option too. Do you have it? He's getting it. Hold on. I'll get my stuff ready. Okay, there. Can you pull it up? So Simon is also offering a free stamp set. Now this stamp set, you don't need to use a code. You don't need a code for it, but you get that stamp set that you see there. It's a 4x6 stamp set. You get that free with any purchase of $100 or more while supplies last. The coordinating dies are available, so you could buy the coordinating dies to use with the set if you wanted to. But that is, I think that's an exclusive to this. I haven't seen that stamp set before. 4x6, free with $100 purchase or more, and you don't need a code for that. You do need the code for the 20% off. All right, do you have the next one? Mm-hmm. Next up, the popular Crafty parcel sale. This is a big thing that everybody gets excited about every year. These are like big grab bags. What you guys can't see is I'm leaning on the table because I've been standing all day. In the bag, you get, or in the parcel, you get over $300 in product and it only costs $59.99. So it's a mix of companies, a mix of products. This one I recommend buying for yourself, wrapping it and putting it under the tree, and just make your Christmas morning even better. These are until they're gone. So these always are very popular. I know people in the past, you can come off that, people in the past have said that they got a lot of good stuff in that. All right, before I get started, some folks asked where to find all of this in one spot. Right at the top of the YouTube description is all of the, there's a link. It's in between the stars at the top of the YouTube description. If you click that, it takes you to my page for today. And you can click the company names on that in the schedule, and it'll take you to a page with information for each of those. Another thing you can do is go to my sales page. It's at the top of my blog. And that's where I have the sales from these companies and lots of others. Okay, lots of other great small businesses are having really generous sales. I have my exclusive deals in there too. There's only one sale that's not on there, one exclusive sale, and that is the Concord and 9th free paper pack. That's not on that. They wanted to keep that just for the live. So you can find that on the Concord and 9th live page. All right, so I'll share all that at the end of this too. Let's get started making some stuff. So one of the things I love about Simon Says Stamp is their 3D embossing folders. I really like them. They have a lot of different options. You can see how thick they are. That means it's going to give you more dimension. And the nice thing about these 3D embossing folders is that it's not just raised areas and flat areas. It's like smooth in between. So it gives you like variations of depth. Does that make any sense? I don't know if I've described, Mike's making faces at me, but it gives you more dimension. Makes it look realistic. It's really, really cool. Could Brianne or Elizabeth or somebody, can you link to the sale page where everything is? Elizabeth just did. Okay. So I thought I would show you a technique with inking. I've shared variations of this technique. I know a lot of people have done this technique, but I'm using a different ink with it, which I think makes it really, really cool. So these are some of the embossing folders I'm using today. Now, I will say I did my embossing off screen. The reason I did it off screen is I missed it. So I'm going to demo it once, but I have all mine pre-done. And that way, when I missed it with water, it's wet a little bit and I need to heat set it. You don't want to listen to a heat gun. So let me show you how I did that. Let's demo with let's use the poinsettia. I don't know what this one's called. Let me look. I'll use the poinsettia again so Lila can say something. The Brilliant Poinsettia Embossing Folder. And this actually comes with a die. That's another thing I like about Simon Says Stamp 3D embossing folders. Some come with dies. So what you can do is cut this. In fact, I'll just show you. You can cut with the die first. Let me do that. And then you can put it in the embossing folder. And it gives you, gives you amazing depth. So this one that I'm doing here is the Brilliant Poinsettia. Can you see how there's various amount of depth to that? Like the flowers in the center stand out more than the ones in the back. So here's what you can do. Some of the embossing folders, again, come with a die. This one happens too. So I'm going to mist this with a bit of water. Where's my water mister? Uh-oh. Oh, here it is. So I'm just going to hold it over here. Just give it a couple spritzes on each side. Then I'll take this and find a way to line it up. So it lines up with the poinsettia in there. See how it's lined up? Then you can close it. You can tape it in there if you need to. So that die cut is lined up inside. Now I found let me see if I can remember. I think with the Empress, since this is such a thick folder, the embossing or the sandwich that I use is the A plate and the metal shim. I know that's weird, but I find it works. If you have whatever die cut machine you have, you can find a sandwich that works with this. And I think Simon Says Stamp has on the product page some sandwiches for various machines that they recommend. Now look at this. You end up with a die cut with that texture. Look at, oh, look at that. Look at the little inside parts of the flower.
What's a good weight paper for that?
You can do whatever weight you want. I like heavier weight. This is Neenah Classic Crust Solar White and 110 pound. Another that would be really good is Simon Says Stamp 120 pound white. That would be good too. I just find the heavier weight holds up better for all the dimension or all the dimension that you're going to add. Okay, so this, let me just demo how I did these and then we'll move on to the inking. So this is white cardstock, heavy weight, but you can use whatever you have. I misted both sides. I find that by misting, you get better dimension and less likely to kind of tear your paper. Does that make sense? And then once you've run it through, you can just heat set the paper to dry it. But I did mine ahead of time. I don't know about the Empress for EU. I'm not sure. So look at that. Isn't that gorgeous? All right. And the nice thing about this is it's cool on both sides. So let's start with, I've got a few different backgrounds here. Let me start with, I'll do that poinsettia one because I've got it here. I'm going to use some ink that I mentioned earlier. I really like both felt and foam pads. It just depends on what I'm doing. Simon Says Stamp has a huge line of inks, and there are some really cool, unique colors in here in their collection. Watermelon happens to be one of my favorite, but they keep adding inks. They have re-inkers, they have cubes. These are foam pads. So if you like foam pads, this is a great collection. But you're going to see here that you can use, you can use these Simon Says Stamp colors for blending. All right, let me get my act together here. I want to make sure this is the dry one. So this is dry. It's the one that we just did. I'm taking it and flipping it over and putting it on my grip, on my sticky mat. So the raised area is going down onto the sticky mat so that the background is raised on the side facing up. All right. I've got my ink stand here and I have my watermelon. This is a great color, you'll see. My watermelon ink pad. And I am just going to put some of this watermelon, a light amount of watermelon over the flower areas. And remember, this is the back side. And I'm not putting a lot, I just want a little. If you wanted to, you could come in with a smaller brush and do, like different colors in different areas. So maybe say you have like an embossing folder like this one. You could come in and make the flower pink with a small brush and the branches brown. You can do selective coloring, but for this one, I'm just putting watermelon red over pretty much all of it. But you can see how the texture grabs the ink. All right, isn't that a great color? Yeah, I find these inks blend really well. Somebody was saying that they really like theirs. I would agree. Now let's come in with, gotta find things. This is the brick color. This might be too dark. Let's see. I'm gonna come in, yeah. This is cherry. And I'm starting in the center and just kind of radiating out on each of these. I'm using my Gina K detail brushes, but you can use whatever brushes you want for these. And I'm putting some of that darker color. The technique we're doing is forgiving. You do not need to make this perfectly blended. All right, this is one of the most forgiving techniques, trust me. And then if you want to, like some of these back petals, you can come in and add a little bit of color on those. So some of those back petals are a bit darker. I should be using those shader brushes. Those would be better, but I already took them away. If you go outside of the line, it doesn't matter. This is a very forgiving technique. Let's put some up here. Let's just add some darker color to some of these bigger leaves in the background. All right, other questions? Oh yes, there are many shades of different colors in the Simon Says Stamp ink line. It's really good. They're called the Positively Saturated inks, and they're beautiful. I've done many videos with them. And let's all talk about how soon December's is coming. I just realized that last night when I was laying in bed. All right, so now I just put some shading. It's not going to look the best because I'm doing it quick, but you're going to see you don't need to. You don't need to worry about that. And then next, I'm coming in with a dark color. This is Sangria, and I'm just going to put that right at the center only. Everybody good? Okay. I just got to look up every once in a while. We're almost at dinner time. This afternoon has flown. So those are Simon Says Stamp Positively Saturated inks. I'll do some more in a moment. Now, what we're going to do here.
Woody Hickson gave a super chat for Jennifer's post live alcohol time.
Libby's doing that because Libby does lives too. She does great lives. She does them for Pink and Maine. So Libby, thank you. You know what's going on here. Okay, now some people call this the blackout technique because what you can do is put black ink over this. But I'm changing it up. Instead, I'm going to use interference ink. So I have used Lisa Horton interference inks many times. Simon Says Stamp has them in stock. So you can save 20% off. These inks I've done a lot of lives on. If you go to the Simon Says Stamp Black Friday page that I put together, I'll put it in the chat right now. You can scroll down, and in the bottom there are thumbnails, and you can find the links for these there. So the interference inks are neat because they look different whether you put them on white or a light color cardstock or on a dark color cardstock. And they give this interference look to them. So, for example, this one here is Lavender Fields. On light color cardstock, it's purple. On darker color cardstock, it's green. So let me demo that. Black cardstock. Oh, by the way, let me tell you something that would be smart to do. If you're over shopping at Simon Says Stamp, get yourself some Tim Holtz Distress Heavyweight Black cardstock. It is the darkest black cardstock, and it has like this suede feel to it. Anybody who's gotten it before will agree with me. It's great, and that's what I have here. All right, let me see here. I like to, speaking of Tim, I like to use the mini, hang on, I got to get them out, my mini ink blending tools. So I'll be using those today, or the tiny ink blending tools. I like that with these. Do the Simon Says Stamp inks have a smoothing agent? Yeah, like as it dries, it softens up and blends in. Okay, so these are the Cloud 9 Interference inks. She has different types of inks. I'm using the Interference right now. So let's take this one. It's a combination of a dye and pigment ink. It's different than a hybrid ink, but it has dye ink and pigment ink. And from what I can tell, the dye ink in it is different color than the pigment ink. So that's how you get this. So I'm going to take this ink pad and put it on here. Look how it's bright purple on white. Let me dry, because it's a pigmented ink. Let me dry it on black, and notice how it's green. This looks like Wicked. I want to see that movie. Somebody better take me. Look how it's green on the darker color cardstock and purple on the lighter. And they both have a great interference color.
You got an eye roll.
Okay, so there are lots of different color options. All of and these blend beautifully. In fact, I like using interference inks most for blending and over stencils and for like with a brayer more than stamping, but you definitely can stamp with them. So like this one, look at this. This is like a great teal color on a light color cardstock, but then on black, you can see it's a purple. And that intensifies as it dries if I heat set it. They're gorgeous. There are lots of options. Lisa Horton, I didn't know her before I bought all these inks, and it turns out she is really awesome. She's really awesome. So I've done many videos using these. Simon Says Stamp has them in stock. Okay, so for this one, am going to use one of my favorites. This is Charcoal Gold Shimmer. So on white cardstock, you get like this charcoal color with a little bit of a gold interference to it. On black cardstock, you get gold. Let me dry that. Oops. I hooked it on my Intercut. Woo! Look at that. See that gold? So, hold on, Colin. Stay here. The charcoal on the white with a little bit of gold and then bright gold on the black. So that is the charcoal gold interference ink. You want to say hi? Look who I got. Colin's here. Do you want to show him what you brought me?
Yeah. There's also.
Let's be clear, he did not buy it.
I did buy it.
My local friend who's not crafty stopped by with a pumpkin roll and a bottle of wine because she knew what I was doing today.
Where's your pumpkin?
The pumpkin roll. Thank you, Colin. Are you going to be here for a while? Will you be here for dinner?
Colin,
What?
where's the pumpkin?
Oh, good. Okay. Sorry. He's home for Thanksgiving. Okay, so I'm using, again, the charcoal gold, which is one of my favorites. I'm also using a Tim Holtz Brayer. By the way, there are ink stands now, I think, available, or she's making them soon for these. So that's why I'm not using my ink stand, because I don't have one for the size ink pad. So this is a Tim Holtz Brayer. There's a smaller one, and then there's this size. This is the biggest one he has. I love these for inky techniques. So I'm loading it up with this ink, and then I'm rolling it right on top. It's going to look like a mess. Just stick with me. And we're going to roll this all over. So what it's doing is adding, remember we inked the back side with the red ink, right? In the flowers. So we're on the back side of this embossed piece. So what's raised right now, facing up like towards the camera, is the background. So when we roll ink on it, the background grabs that ink, and the flowers stay that pink color. So it looks like if you kind of tilt it one way, it looks like it's almost black in the background. You tilt it another, it's gold. It's like magic. It's like magic. Isn't that cool? So let me show you what I did. I finished that card off here. I did the same exact thing. Look at that. Isn't that beautiful? And I put little gold baubles at the center. Look at that. Now this is the fancy piece die set from Simon Says Stamp. I did the shadow from white and the word piece from gold metallic cardstock. And look how beautiful that is. Now, if you wanted to save some time here, let me tell you what you could have done. Like if you wanted to make a few of these, you could start with a light pink cardstock and just put a little bit of pink ink or darker red ink at the center, kind of blend it out, really quick ink blending, then roll the gold ink over it, and you get that look. So there are some people will roll black ink over it or drag black ink over it, but I like the metallic. I think it's nice. Now this was interference ink. That's what gives you that, like, you tilt it one way and it looks charcoal, the other way it looks gold. But if you don't have an interference ink, use any of your metallic inks, like a silver metallic ink pad or a gold metallic ink pad, so you can use others. If you don't have a metallic ink pad, you could roll on any darker ink, okay? How long does it take to dry? What I would do is heat set this, okay? Just heat set it, just like any pigment ink or like an oxide ink even, you just want to heat set it so it dries. If you are concerned about any of the shine rubbing off, like I don't think it's a concern, but if you want to, once you've dried it, you can take it outside and give it a quick spritz of any kind of sealant or this is clear finish matte protectant. So any kind of like, what do you call it? I'm running out of words, like protectant or sealant. Sealant? And that doesn't change the shine. And then you don't have to worry, like here, let me do this one, because that one's still wet. There's nothing coming off of it. Okay? Isn't that cool? Doesn't take long. Cool. I'm going to do more. Thank you, Lila. She said it's cool. You know, sometimes you do this stuff and there's nobody saying, oh, like here talking to me. Mike doesn't craft, so he doesn't do all this stuff. But he's getting there. He likes interactive cards. Those are his jam. All right, let's do another one. And we're gonna do completely different feel. Like this is kind of moody. Fixative, thank you. Fixative. What will I be like at 9:30 tonight? Oh dear. Yeah, so these are Lisa Horton's interference inks. She also has metallic inks that come in a set of 3. They're silver, gold, and copper. And you've heard me rant and rave about them. And there's re-inkers for all this. Both the interference line and those metallic inks were on my Crafty gift guide. The gold, silver, and copper metallic inks, which don't have the interference effect, but they're just good metallic ink pads, those are hard to get everywhere. Everybody has them on order. But the interference inks, I know, Heidi's here. Hi, Heidi. Thank you for popping in. Colin just stopped by with wine that somebody gave him to give to me. The interference inks, I know Simon has them in stock because they've been really awesome. You guys don't understand how hard these businesses work to try to keep things in stock. I think Lisa is in England.
Yeah.
And so it's a lot of work to get things over here. So this is amazing. Heidi, did you see this? You would have loved making this. Isn't that fun? With your embossing folder. So let's do more. All right. Now let's go to this one. This background, I love this background. This is the Vine Canopy. It's a 3D embossing folder from Simon Says Stamp. If, Jennifer, you're concerned for my liver, let's be clear. All this alcohol everybody's giving me will not be consumed by me quickly. I will have one drink tonight. So don't you worry. All right, so this is the Vine Canopy. I don't know, I'm hoping this is in stock, but there's similar ones to it also. I did that earlier, just like I showed at the beginning of this live. And you can see, look at that fun pattern. So once again, oh, here it is. I'll take that, let me clean off my mat here. How's everybody doing? Isn't the interference beautiful? You know, there are a lot of great color options. And the way you can tell if you're looking on the website, if you look here, like on the left-hand side, she puts what the color looks like on light color cardstock. On the right-hand side is the color it looks like on dark cardstock. So with the one we just used, see it's kind of a charcoal on the left side and a kind of a gold on the right side.
Is that the
Yes.
10 volts black?
Yes. Yes. Go when Mike is going to add in the links in the chat a link to the Tim Holtz Distress heavy stock. It's the black that everybody needs to have. You just need to have it. It is dark black and it's super smooth. Anybody who's had it, you know, it's gorgeous smooth. Okay.
It's gorgeous.
It's gorgeous smooth. Okay. So this is the Vine, what?
Like butter.
Like butter. This is the Vine Canopy. See how pretty that is? I'm taking it, this is the raised pattern, flipping it over and putting that onto my grip mat. Let's see, let me grab some colors. I'm going over to my Simon stash here. Let's do these. That's kind of dark. I'll just apply it lightly. Yeah, I think these will be good. Maybe I'll switch. Hang on. Sorry, you're hearing me overthink. All right. Yeah, it's fun. It's so easy. Now, I will say it's best with a brayer. You could drag an ink pad or dab an ink pad, but you increase the chances of getting that ink into the valleys, and it doesn't work as well. A brayer is a good tool to have. I have done so many techniques using a brayer on my videos. So many. Like there are so many different things you can use. They're great with gel plates, lots of things. How's everybody doing? Oh, please tell me everything's... You know what? I think my playback speed is set low too, because my screen here is really far behind. So I put some ocean on there, put a light amount. I want this to be light. You could go bold if you want to, but I think for what I'm about to do, the light is better. Do emboss cards flatten out when going through the mail? No, when you use an embossing folder, you're really stretching the paper. So it will be no problem. See how nice these go on? How easy that was to do that? Very good inks. And I just organized them all, so I'll be using them more. Sometimes you just gotta organize things to really do better with using it. So that was Ocean, Orchid, and Dublin. This Dublin color is really pretty. Ah, so nice. Dublin. Okay, so I just did a quick blend. Now remember, you could have used smaller brushes and kind of selectively color, but I'm trying to keep things pretty quick here. All right, so that is the Simon Says Stamp Positively Saturated, great for blending. I mean, this right here would be a beautiful, beautiful background. Remember, I did that inking on the back side of the paper. You could get a different look by inking on the front side, but for this technique, I work on the back side. Yes, Kathy, I will be sharing all the organization I'm doing. Just takes time. And then Black Friday happened. Beth, break out that brayer. And I really think Tim's brayers are the best because you can pop the end, take this off and run it underwater. And it's the right surface. I'm gonna run out of words. All right, next up, over this, what color do I wanna do? Let me see, is this the one I wanna do? This is Sapphire Gold. Let's see. So Sapphire Gold on, I don't think that's the one I want to do, but this one's pretty. Let me see, there was another one. I swear I had another one. Oh, there it is. Let me switch to this one because I like this color a lot. This is my favorite. Mermaid Lagoon. Look at that deep teal on white. Let's move to darker cardstock and you get a purple. Now see how that's starting to dry? It gets really intense. Once this is dry, it'll get really intense too. So it's like two colors in one because of how these are designed, and you get that interference look. So this is Mermaid Lagoon. Yeah, Colin came down and brought me. Everybody's worried about my liver because of the wine and stuff everybody's sending me. I will share. Okay, thank you. All right. Yes. All right. So watch this. Now, can you use like a dark color of ink? Like I could do this with Ocean, right? Totally. So you can do this with dark colors of dye inks. You could do this with dark oxide inks. Really anything that is darker, so you see that, so you kind of cover up the color that was behind it. But the advantage of this, the interference for that step, is you get the interference shine in the background. All right, so let me show you. Ooh, stuck. Let me show you this one. After it has dried down, here's two that I did. So look at that. You see that interference shine? Uh-huh. Uh-huh. See? Isn't that fun? I should have done this with Heidi. We would have had fun together. And the cool thing about this is this would be hard to achieve on this side because to get that dark color in the background, it would just be hard to do. So this gives you whatever the raised image is will have color, and the background can be solid bold color. So there's the three. This one needs to dry a bit.
Can you use distress glaze as a fixative?
Can you do distress glaze on this as a fixative? You know, I need to try that. I need to try that. I don't know. Maybe somebody else here would know. I ran out of distress glaze a while back and I haven't bought any more, so I can't test it, but maybe somebody here would know. All right. So these are Simon Says Stamp 3D embossing folders. I love their 3D embossing folders and they have so many options. And remember everything today, here, this is how I dry off my brayer, I roll it on my belly. Everything on their site is 20% off today. So let me just I put in the chat a link to a page that will have all of Simon's deals at the top. And then you keep scrolling below it, you'll find links to all the supplies I'm using, little thumbnails. You don't really need a fixative. If you let this dry and heat set it, I don't worry about, I don't know, I don't think people are licking it. I think once it's dry, it should, maybe they are, it should be fine. But if you're concerned, just do a quick spray of an inexpensive fixative. I use this like to protect things, like if I'm using Perfect Pearl pigment powders dry or whatever, it's just helpful. This is the Altenew grip mat, but you could use the Waffle Flower grip mat, which I just keep mine in my Misty. And that way it kind of stays clean. So I have a dirty one and a clean one because I want it clean when I'm stamping. All right, let's do some more. Yeah, I think Heidi was doing the really hard thing, which I could never do. And that would be hosting a bunch of people to eat. Let's do another one. I wanted to show you that you can do this with other inks. So let's do this one. I'm not sure what colors. You know what I'll do? I know what I'll do. Hang on, I gotta get some new colors. All right, yeah, don't lick the card. You know what? If somebody licks your card, that's their problem. What do you think, Lila? Where did my peony go? Peony, Sunshine, and Ocean are really cool colors. So let's do Peony first. My Ocean's over here. All right, this is Peony. This is a really nice pink.
Let me see it.
Yeah, no lick. We need a stamp that says no licking allowed. See, like that's like a really good pink. Yeah, Lila likes that. So I'm just putting a fast application of pink down. Again, this one, oh, sorry, this embossing folder is called the Fluted Forest Decor. And it's more of like a kind of a holiday one, but I'm doing rainbow because I wanted to. And it's getting that time of day. Yes, Kathy. So I'm just kind of doing some pink at the top. Then I'll bring in some Ocean at the bottom. I'm going kind of light-handed here. I don't want it to be too dark, but you could make it darker if you wanted. Really doesn't matter. These brushes are the Pink Fresh 1-inch blending brushes. I think they're sold out everywhere. You can use any brushes you want. Honestly, I'm using these because they're a fast way to blend and they're out because I've been using them all day. All right, so I did Ocean on the bottom, Peony at the top, and Sunbeam in the center. And where the pink and yellow overlap, you get the orange. Where the blue and the yellow overlap, you get the green. So it's a quick rainbow. Now, yeah, this is holiday. But I did another version of this. I'll show you in just a moment. Okay, and it's not rainbow holiday, but it's okay. All right, now I thought I would show you, if you don't have these interference inks, you can use like a pigment ink, like a metallic pigment ink. This one is from Honeybee. This is a good silver one. You can pick up the ink. Gold would work too. Gold would probably have been pretty, but I'm committed to the silver. Okay, so the metallics are sold out. The Lisa Horton metallics, the gold, silver, and copper that come in a box together, those are sold out. But the interference inks are not. Those are sold like in a set, I think, of 12 or individual colors. So I used interference inks for this technique on the others. On this one, I just wanted to use silver just to show you if you have a basic metallic ink pad, you could do this technique. I need to re-ink this bad boy. Oh, Penny, you got a gift card, you lucky lady. You get to use it today. Okay, so I just rolled the silver pigment ink over it, and look at that. Look how cool that is. So the reason I'm using pigment inks to roll over the top is pigment ink, this is important. Pigment ink is, I think of it as pigment ink is a pigment that kind of sits on top of the paper. So you can put colored pigment ink on a dark cardstock and you can still kind of see the color because the ink kind of sits on top of the paper. So Mike has his head down, he's exhausted. So when I put silver ink over that colorful background, all that color ink, it covers it. So that's why you want to use some sort of pigment ink for this step or a really dark ink color. Dye ink, yeah, I think of it this way. Dye ink dyes your paper. It soaks into the paper. So if you use a dye ink like this yellow, this is a regular dye ink like most that we use. If you put it on white, you can see the color. But if you put it on dark, you can't see the yellow because it's the way it dyes into it. Now this is a pigment pad. This is silver pigment ink. So it kind of sits on top of the paper. That's why it takes a while to dry. You can see it on white and you can see it on dark. That's why distress oxides are a good option for on light and darker colors because they have a little bit of dye ink and pigment ink properties. So you can take advantage of both. Will this technique work on 2D embossing folders? Absolutely. Absolutely. I need my scrubber brush, but I have it set out for the next thing. All right. Any questions
Does it
here?
need to be
I
on a
know.
3D embossing folder?
It does not have to be 3D. You can use 2D. Gina K has some beautiful 2D embossing folders, and it works with that. Simon Says Stamp has their own another line of products called Rainbow Splash, and they're supposed to be more like for new crafters, right? And they have some really affordable 2D embossing folders that would work great for this. So no, it doesn't have to be 3D. It just seems to work really well with the 3D. So that was the Fluted Forest decor. And I used silver pigment ink. This is Honeybee silver pigment ink on top. Let me show you some others. Here's another one that I did. I did this one off screen, but I did it the exact same way I just showed you. So for this one, I used the Floral Field 3D embossing folder. I did the blending on the background to create the rainbow, just like I showed you. I used the Simon Says Stamp, Peony, Sunshine, and Ocean. And then after, on the back side of that emboss piece, after that, I rolled on that silver pigment ink. And you can see that silver pigment ink that kind of shows up in the background. Now this has less background space, so there's less silver, but you can see how it also hits kind of the outline of the petals. And I thought that was pretty too. All right, so that is the Floral Field. I have some more colors. Somebody asked if the Simon Says Stamp pastel pigment ink would cover the dye inks. I think they would cover lighter dye inks. But you got to think most non-metallic pigment inks aren't 100% opaque. So I don't know. I would have to try it. Oh, okay. Sending you hugs, friend. Sending you hugs. Thank you for the super chat. You're very kind. Okay. Now remember this Fluted Forest decor that I showed you? Here's one that I did off screen, and this one's really fun. Here it is. This is the Fluted Forest. And what I did here is I used various green and different shades of green, actually, saturated ink, positively saturated ink from Simon Says Stamp on the background. So I used the Fluted Forest Decor embossing folder, and I used some Perfection, I think it's Lucky Clover, and some Dublin, I think, on the background. Then when I was done, I rolled over it with this ink pad, this interference ink pad. So can you see how if you tilt it one way, it's that green color, but if you tilt it in the light, look at that purple interference show up. Isn't that fun? That's something that's really unique to these inks. So you can see, it looks wicked, doesn't it? Looks like the Wicked movie. So I rolled this color over the top, just like the techniques I've been showing you. Does that make sense? Tell me if that makes sense. Yeah, Kay, we're praying for you. Okay, let's see, I got a few more here. I went a little bolder on these. So this one here is a little unique. This is the Drifting Blossoms 3D embossing folder. I did the white cardstock with it, flipped it over. On the back side, I did a blend of some purple, pink, and peach and yellow inks. Simon Says Stamp Positively Saturated, but any dye inks would work. Just did like a mix of them. Then over it, I rolled with the brayer the Fruit Salad Shimmer. And you can see it's a complete different vibe than that one. You know, it's so bright. So this one's kind of a peach color in one way and gold in the other. Yeah, Betsy, I could see you liking this. You like those kind of orange colors. So that is the Drifting Blossoms. I've got a few more I'm going to show you. All right, here we have, now this is like something to learn from. This is, I think it's the Fluttering Butterflies. I think this is the Fluttering Butterflies. I don't know that I don't have it out here, but I did the embossing folder, inked up the back in various greens and blues, and then I rolled on top the Mermaid Lagoon interference ink pad, and you get this. Now, when you're rolling, when you roll over, it really does good to keep the ink on the raised areas. But what I did on this one is I tried to kind of dab and drag the ink pad across, and you can see how more of the ink got into the impressed areas. And it doesn't look as good. I like where it doesn't get into the background or into the deep areas. So if you use a brayer, it stays more on the surface like you see here. See how the burr stays on the surface? Does that make sense? And so that's just something to show. You can drag the ink pad directly on the race, but I find you get better with a brayer. Yes, this technique would work with old 2D embossing folders, for sure. In fact, it probably would give really good results, even maybe better results, because you just have raised areas and depressed areas, and you're putting it over the raised area, and it would really stick to that area, not the in-betweens. All right, I'm just looking to see if I'm missing anything. Kay, please email me, will you? Okay. So this one, I thought this one was cool. This is a little different. Magnolia branches. Oh, the back's got ink on it, but can you see the magnolia branches? Now this one, on the back side, I inked with just some pinks and peach colors. And then I rolled over it with the Lisa Horton interference in the lavender fields. So that kind of blocks the colors that were behind it. And you can see when you tilt it, see how it's purple, but when you tilt it in the light, that green interference shows up. And again, if I put this on black or dark cardstock, there you see that green color show up. So these inks kind of, it's almost like 2 ink pads in one. I have done a lot of videos on this. I showed swatches from them. So I can't cover a ton of it here, but they're available at Simon Says Stamp, okay? And then if you're looking for good color collection, I don't know how many ink pads they have, but they keep adding more, and there are some really cool, unique colors. Like this peony is that pink that I like. Here, I'll do it on my scrap sign here, and then on top of my tray. Look at that. It's like a rich pink, not like a bright pink. It's like a rich pink. The ocean's really pretty too. Look at that. Oh. And then the sunshine. That's a great bright, or sunbeam. Sorry, sunbeam. It's a great light yellow or bright yellow. Let's see. Seeing if there's any questions.
There's a comment from May concerning, you have to repeat this, but concerning the gift code, your gift code. Some people are seeing that still be charged. They're going through and correcting that.
Is this Altenew?
Yes.
Oh, Altenew, if you got charged for your free gift, they'll fix it. They're going through and fixing it. That was earlier today. That feels like 10 days ago. Yeah, isn't that a great pink?
Just don't want people to freak out.
Yeah, don't freak out about that. Hold on. Let me show you a couple other of the colors that I really like in their collection. Let me find them all. Hold on. Here's my favorites. I did this earlier too. I think sometimes it's good when there's a big collection and you want to try some. It's good to see what some good colors are. So there's the peony. It's a good pink. Ocean and Sunbeam. I like those a lot. Then there's Limelicious, which is like a great light green color. And it goes really well with the slightly darker Perfection. And these will smooth out as they dry. I'm getting the hiccups again. Then Blush. This is a great one. Look at this color. It's like the perfect coral color. All right. And then these blues. I think it's I have a hard time with blues. You know, there's a lot of blue ink pads out there that are like a teal color blue and some that are more of a purple blue. These, I think the Marine and the Cadet, I feel are really good, like true blues. So like this is like a Kentucky blue. Look at that. Mine need to be re-inked, but I really like those. So those are Blush, Limelicious, Perfection, Marine, and Cadet. So if you want to try these ink pads, those are some good ones that I recommend. They also have really great browns and grays, which sometimes are hard to come by. Isn't this fancy here? So let's lay out all the cards I did with some 3D or some panels here. Now listen, with these backgrounds, I don't think you need to add anything but a sentiment to it. Like here, I just added the sentiment and then some little gems, and that really keeps the focus on the sentiment and shows off a lot of the background. So for me, I would do just this like a layered die cut. By putting it on white, it makes the sentiment stand out and not get lost, and that pulls in that white trim from the edge. This is the Fancy Piece from Simon Says Stamp. They have a lot of fancy word dies. It's like the Fancy collection, different words in that kind of style, and I think they're beautiful. And they all have the shadow. So this was the, let me remember the names. This was the Brilliant Poinsettia. This one is the Fluted Forest Decor, and I used that twice. I mean, look at how the two different color combinations give it completely different looks. I love it. And then we have the Magnolia Branch. I think this one comes with dies too, to do that trick that I showed you at the beginning, where you can do the die cut and put it in the embossing folder and end up with an embossed die cut like this. Isn't that pretty? So this is the Magnolia Branch. I kind of got some funky colors going on there. And then this one is the Drifting Blossoms. And this one is the Vine Canopy, which is one of my all-time favorites. All right, so there you have it, some fun 3D embossing folder techniques. The reason I chose Simon Says Stamp's Hour to be 3D embossing folders is because they have so many good designs. And a lot of them aren't florals. So if you don't want flowers, there are a lot of geometric patterns, and the geometric patterns could be really, really cool for this. Okay, so you could keep going on and on with this technique. It's super fun. I do recommend heat setting because this is that ink that we rolled on top has pigment property to it. Pigment ink takes time to dry. So you want to heat set it before you go and do anything else to it. And if you are concerned about the color rubbing off, it's not rubbing off on these that have been dry for a while. I did these yesterday. It's not rubbing off. So, but if you can't see that. So these I did yesterday and it's not rubbing off. But if you're concerned, spray it with a fixative. No one will ever know. Yeah, their geometric patterns are gorgeous, Lisa. I agree. So those are some Simon Says Stamp 3D embossing folders. A reminder that Simon Says Stamp, they can, with their site, it can only do one code at a time. So their code, like there's not an exclusive thing. They're just having an outstanding 20% off site-wide sale right now that you can get 20% off all of these products that I use today because they all have them at Simon. They also have a free gift if you spend $100. It gets automatically added to your order. And they have those Crafty parcels, which are kind of like a grab bag where it's a lot of different products, $300 worth of products in one parcel for $59.99. So I will put in the chat a link to the page that has all of Simon Says Stamp information, like the sales and the different products I talked about here. And I have to give a huge shout out to Heidi and the team at Simon Says Stamp because this industry has grown when other hobbies have struggled. And I really feel a big part of that is because of Heidi and what they've done in this industry. The designers that they support who bring you inspiration, the companies that they help out when, get their name out there, like new little companies, they get carried by Simon and they get their name out there. Simon Says Stamp does a lot of great things for this industry. And they also do, Heidi might kill me for saying this, but she does a lot of really good things behind the scenes too. The things that they do for Huntington disease research, for fundraising. They helped me do a giant fundraiser for the hurricanes that went through the islands. These are good people, really good people. And so I want to thank them, because I really believe a lot of these companies wouldn't be what they are if Heidi and Simon Says Stamp weren't here. I just got to say that. So I just wanted to say that. All right, before we go, because it's dinner break, let me tell you some things. Don't leave yet. Oh, giveaway.
You've got giveaways.
We've got giveaways. So the giveaway, I'm going big with the
How many
giveaway.
are there?
There's one.
Okay.
It's a big one. I'm going to give $100 to Simon Says Stamp. Okay? So $100 gift card. Mike's going to pick a winner out of, or Lila is, out of the chat. But before I tell you the winner, let me tell you this. When you come back, there will be, if you want to come back, you may be sick of me. I'm sick of me. I know he is. There is one more live stream tonight. It will start at 7 o'clock. And I'll be covering Spellbinders, Hero Arts, and Honeybee. And they all have great things going on. And then I'll do like a wrap up and talk about some of the other companies that I wasn't able to talk about this morning because we had a dumpster fire. Remember that? Feels like days ago. So what I want you to do now is, if you look at the YouTube description on this video, there's a link with stars before and after it. Click that link. It shows you the schedule and links for all of the information about everything I talked about today. And you can click the company names, and it'll take you to another page that says all of their sales, all of the things I talk about. So that is really helpful. That link at the top of the YouTube description, it has the letters BF in it. On that page, you can also find the link to the live that starts at 7. This live will end and a new one will start at 7. You can also go to my YouTube channel to find it. So I'll be here at 7. It is happy hour. So you are required to have a beverage of your choice. Mine will be the beer that Christina sent me this morning before I started. I'm gonna have a glass of beer. Or maybe, yeah, I'm gonna have a glass. I'm gonna have it during.
Okay.
So if you want to join me, just have one glass, it's fine. But come on, I think it'll be fun. So 7 o'clock, go to the link for the evening live session. We'll have some more exclusive stuff, some more great freebies, and I don't remember what we're making. We're doing some die cutting, I know that, and we'll do some better pressing too. Okay, so $100 gift card to Simon Says Stamp goes to
Judy Nafis.
Judy Nafis.
Nafus.
Nafus. So Judy, congratulations, $100 to Simon Says Stamp. Go to my website and email me through my website, or you can email help@jennifermcguireinc.com. Another thing to say, at that link that is right at the top of my YouTube description with the stars around it, that will take you to the schedule and all the information I've been sharing today. But also on that page is a link to my sales page. The sales page has links or sales for all of the companies in this industry that I could get my hands on. A lot of companies that I wasn't able to share today because I don't have time are doing some great things too. So be sure to check out what other companies have to offer also. And I'll talk a little bit about that at wrap up.
And the next session is at a different link.
Yes, the next session's at a different link. You can get that inside that link at the top of my YouTube description. And bring your favorite beverage. Okay? Coke Zero works too, whatever you want.
Here.
Who is?
Betsy.
Yeah, Betsy's been here all day. Yeah. Lila said hi, Betsy. Okay, I am off to eat. I hope you're having a good time. And I will see you again in an hour. Bye-bye. Thank you all.